answer. Bias. I'm drawn to first-person shooters, a grounded but stylized world with vehicles, customization, multiple playstyles, and satisfying weapons. That's Far Cry, and has been since 2008, maybe even earlier than that, back when I started. Far Cry is comfort food. Even when I'm wishing to do several things differently, I can kick back and fall into the groove, clearing outposts with that baseline premise serving as my hook. But I'm less interested in modern military settings. I'm not apathetic, they're just not my forte. As a result, Ghost Recon Post-Future Soldier doesn't really hold my interest. Clue, meanwhile, he makes and hosts custom ARMA missions. So he's put a bit of time in a Ghost Recon breakpoint. Because in spite of Ubisoft's bullshit, one can put up with it if the core game is their jam. Which Ghost Recon is for a lot of people, and it makes sense why. Think about it. If you're looking for an open world co-op modern military game, what are your options? Tarkov?
Oh my god, the speed hackers. That had to be hacking.
Whenever
I'm
someone
hacking,
buys
lol.
a Ubisoft game, it's not that they think it won't have the bullshit, only that with their biases met, it might not be enough to ruin their overall enjoyment. I completed Far Cry 6, I played dozens of hours of the crew, I blitzed through multiple Assassin's Creeds in a week, and of course, I put 500 hours into a live service that I will never get back. Yet it's why the lasting emotion I had when walking away from all of these games was relief. Free from the notifications, grinding, and depressing constant of lost potential. Investing time into games that allow artists to use their creativity for more than window dressing. Or just a game that's more interesting to talk about. Y'all are more likely to get Halo Wars years later from me than an analysis on any mainline Ubisoft game in the last 10 years. And I'll pay $10 for one, repeatedly. Because there is an amazing premise with a rock-solid core that'll grant me glimpses of something greater its owners will never, ever facilitate. To use their budgets, technology, and talent for realizing game mechanics in a bold way that actually matters. Except when they do! And then, what's going to follow that bold, boundary-pushing technological marvel that nobody else would have dared to fund, let alone release? The safest, blandest, most cliche capitalization of that success. Are EA, Activision, or Microsoft better than this? No.
Yes.
They're just not so infuriating. It's not even that Ubisoft gives me hope. I've not bought a game from them in its launch year, let alone launch window, since Rainbow Six Siege. But they sell hope, and that's enough to sell. I sometimes wish Ubisoft was worse. Nobody would give them a thought, let alone a credit card, if the company made Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, D&D Dark Alliance, Fast and Furious Crossroads, Metal Gear Survive, or Gollum. But they don't. Instead, they make a top-notch side-scroller, last year's actual best in genre, a COD game that listens to its players?
Actual best in genre. Which one?
But they don't. Instead, they make a top-notch side-scroller, last year's actual best in genre,
The
a
Crew
COD game that
Motorfest.
listens to its players? Continued support for Track fucking Mania and a VR spinoff that's good? Wow, this company is really on a roll right now.
All that sounds like Drek to me. Skull and Bones was worse. All of it sounds like Drek. That is it's a dead company. They should hang the shingle and retire their people, let them find better jobs. I don't like Ubisoft anymore.
You know, I'd like it if one of the richest.
The only thing I ever liked by them was Far
industry
Cry anyways. In
original
Rayman, which I think they bought.
Bold games,
That
powerful
Rayman was
games,
Crystal
complete
Dynamics when it
games.
was first
Without compromise.
first out.
That sounds nice. But the writing's on the wall. That rewarded Ubisoft once. Whereas a compromised game with the marketing of originality, boldness, power, and completion, that's been rewarded a lot more than once. So while I don't think Ubisoft games are bad, I completely get the sentiment. People are just rightfully venting their frustration after being burned time and time and time again. Thing is, while Valhalla was a massive success, many of Ubisoft's recent games haven't been. And I wonder if part of that is people not falling for this trick anymore. That no matter how cool or unique a premise is, the game will never be allowed to realize it. You can do worse than Ubisoft. There's worse games, franchises, workplaces, and ideas. But so what? Because it's not that Ubisoft is bad. It's that for millions of people, they might as well be. Normally, I'd spend lots of time in a Q&A after such a big absence. But I've got 2 videos coming out this month, and that one is on a deadline I am legally not allowed to push back. You'll see what it is very soon. In the meantime, what's a Vancouver? My bankruptcy speedrun tactic. Since you're an influencer, can you influence EA to make another SSX game? Yes, FIFA 17 QA tester, Lucas Racewick. They're definitely going to listen to me, and not just send another angry email for walking near their soccer field. Can you influence my life to be better? Well, I hope my videos aren't making it worse. What's a game in your Steam library that you have no recollection of ever obtaining? Is Vyvanse any good? It's very good, though it's also not magic. It's still on me to maintain focus through motivation, habit, or, and what's coming next, a deadline. I would, however, recommend anybody affected by ADHD to try a medication. It won't be a silver bullet, but as somebody who suffered 10 years of useless drugs and treatments thanks to our horribly stagnant medical system, this is the most significant in my life by a margin that eclipses the country I live in. Do you fart?
Anytime.
Not on command. Can you please change the channel profile picture to this? I was actually really tempted, but tell you what, if you see this profile picture on my channel, it means Alan Wake years later is on the horizon. Can you shout out my bro Jacob right now? Fuck that guy. Asked me to go to his wedding. The piece of shit. Why are you reading this? Shouldn't you be making the next video? Fine then.
What's up everyone, it's Endymion, and I got a bunch of things I want to go over today. From entire government unions being gaslighted
No thanks. You hit me with the word gaslight inside of the first 30 seconds? No. Bye.
Excitement for Dragon's Dogma 2 is building higher and higher as it isn't too far away with its release date of March 22nd. If you've been
March
following the channel,
22nd.
you'll know we were lucky enough to actually play the game a couple of times at different previews, as well as keeping up to date with the latest news drops.
4
and well,
days.
we have a few things that we can talk about and go into detail on, even if we can't show you exactly it due to different embargoes. So hopefully this will be helpful to you guys, as we actually got to experience some of these things ourselves from playing the game, instead of just guessing and waffling like some others, so we can tell you what we know from our actual hands-on playtime. Firstly, let's talk about stat growth, as this is a pretty big question for a lot of people out there. If you're unfamiliar with the first game, I'm going to recap it as best as I can to my knowledge. In the first game, stat growth was influenced by your vocation. When leveling up, you would increase your primary stats based on what your current vocation is. This meant leveling up as a mage or sorcerer and then swapping to a fighter or warrior would leave you with some undesirable stats that now aren't super useful to your new vocation. This actually led to different ways to min-max your stats, but did require playing certain vocations that you may have not actually wanted to play. Now, of course, none of this was actually needed for any of the content, even the harder stuff in the game, but for min-maxers out there, they either loved it because it allowed them to customize their character, or they hated it because they had to spend a bunch of time leveling vocations they didn't want to play, and it did just make swapping vocations a little less easy. So from my recent previews, I actually asked the staff exactly how this worked in Dragon's Dogma 2, and even tested it myself by removing all of my character's items and equipment, and then switching between vocations to check the actual stat differences. I can't show the menus, but I can talk about it. I will just say, this was a preview, things could change. I'm not 100% sure about this, as I don't have the full game yet, but I'm pretty confident I understand the way that stat growth is handled in Dragon's Dogma 2, so hopefully this is a little heads up for you guys so you can kind of know what to expect. In the stat screen, it looked like you had your base stats and then your stat growth on top of that. When you level up, you would gain stats tailored to the vocation that you're currently playing, a bit similar to the first game. However, when you switch vocation, it looked like the bonus stat growth on top of your base stats would actually move to the new vocation stat growth, meaning when you did something like switching from a mage to a warrior, you would have a big spike in your strength, and of course your magic would then go down. So it looks like the stat growth will actually move and reapply to the new vocation that you move into. This especially makes sense when you consider the new Warfarer vocation that has innately lower stats to compensate for its access to multiple weapons, means you can't just level up something else, then swap to the Warfarer and bypass that stat drawback, because the stat growth will sort of move with you and swap to the vocation that you change to. Overall, I think this is a nice improvement, and it makes trying out all of the different vocations a bit easier and more forgiving, but I'm sure some people will miss that level of customization that you would get by permanently keeping those stats as you leveled up. And then during our playtime, we actually managed to find a rare collectible in the world that gave us a bit of extra understanding as to how exploring is rewarded. Hidden in all different areas of the world, and the game describes this as being in all sorts of out of the way and unexpected places, you can find seeker tokens. They say you must leave no stone unturned, no corner of the world unexplored if you want to complete your collection. And there's going to be 240 of these scattered throughout the land. You can turn these into a guild tool, which will yield you with rewards and then more rewards as you progress your collection. We didn't manage to see what these rewards actually were, but I'm really hoping you will get something very good for finding all 240, which will make it worthwhile. A really interesting thing to note is that when we switched to the Trickster and actually checked its different augments and things, we noticed a very helpful one for this called Detection that will alert you with a sound and blinking light when you are near a Seeker token or Wakestone Shard, making this an extremely helpful augment for finding these and just exploring in general. On a side note, the Trickster also had an augment called Enlightenment that gives you a chance to create one additional product when combining items, which also sounds very useful. So definitely keep an eye out on those Trickster augments, making it possibly worth leveling up just to get these quality of life things in your build. And then we have a couple details that we noticed about the new pawn specializations. We of course know that pawns will have access to a specialization, which will be unlocked through certain quest knowledge and completion, such as understanding Elvish to help translate Elven dialogue with certain NPCs. But there's a couple more of these in the game that we actually got to see in our preview. One really cool one was a specialization that allows your pawn to haggle for you, resulting in better prices for selling and possibly buying too. This one sounds particularly good to have in your party for when you're doing a load of farming, so this is definitely one that I'll be keeping an eye on. There was another one that allows your pawns to manage your inventory for you, such as moving items around so no one gets encumbered, and that sounds really useful as well, so you can just avoid that manual time sorting your inventory. There was quite a few more of these, but these were the ones that stood out to me in my memory. Of course, in the recent Capcom showcase, we got to see some details about character death and how NPCs behave around monsters. Some will be more brave and will help you in the fight, while others might run away or cower in fear, so there is a lot of diversity. Death for NPCs, however, does mean they will go to a morgue where you can then revive them with a wakestone, but after a couple of days of being in the morgue, they get buried and then they're permanently lost. But what you might be interested to know is that from our time in the preview, we got to experience some special timed quests. These were quests that had to be completed in a set time or else you would fail them. From our playtime, this meant we had to rescue an NPC's kid, and if you didn't get there in time, then well, it wasn't looking good for the kid. So make sure to keep your eye on the quest menu menu, which again we can't show, but it'll be very obvious in the full game because these have a different quest icon, making them much easier to spot, and you have to prioritize doing those quests. And next up, it isn't exactly new news, but the official Dragon's Dogma YouTube page has been dropping different vocation gameplay spotlights for each of the vocations in the game, showing us some extended gameplay clips for each of the classes that was only partially shown or teased before. So if you want to get a bit of an extra look at the different vocations to help you choose which to play, here is the vocations and the extended gameplay of them. Tell me in the comments, which vocation are you planning to play, because I am locked in on Mystic Spearhand after trying it out. It was just so much fun.
You are just playing gameplay. I was looking for you to talk. God damn it. Just go back to YouTube and find something else.
Things are happening in EVE Online.
Okay, friendos, welcome back. We're talking today about CCP Games Project Awakening. Who's CCP Games? It's the people that make EVE Online, the company that was purchased some years ago by Pearl Abyss, the South Korean company that makes Black Desert Online, and they are making a new, they're calling it a persistent survival experience set in the EVE universe. And this is going to be a, you know, hold your applause, a blockchain-based game. Now, obviously, that already turns off most people.
Now, you think that this is bad, but the reality is, EVE Online has been trying to do stuff like this for
a long time.
I think at least 15 years. They have been trying to make other games that are connected to the EVE Online universe for a very long time. The very first thing I heard about this, and maybe someone knows something else, is that the EVE Online wanted to make a shooter like PlanetSide. Maybe PlanetSide wasn't part of EVE Online, I don't know. But the idea was that the people behind EVE Online make a shooter that happens on a planet. And the lore is EVE, and how you get weapons and guns? Well, you can pay for weapons and guns from EVE Online using ISK. Yeah, so that would be kind of crazy. But they didn't do it at the end. Don't know why, don't know what happened.
They changed their mind, yes.
Probably
They were like,
understood it's a
too
stupid
cash
idea.
grabby. Yeah.
But here they are, back again. Again, this is not their first time doing this. They really want to do this. Before NFTs became a thing, before all the monkey idiots lost 99% of their value and mortgages on their houses because their wives, how do these people get wives, I really don't know, lost their money and got divorced because, honey, you don't understand this genius investment in the JPEG. It is what it is.
I'm going to go with an open mind. basically operated almost on a real money economy for like a decade now. So if any
Yep,
company
and
has
it's fine.
experience in the
It's really good.
to make
I love it.
this work, it's probably
Yes, I actually agree with that.
CCP games, so it'll be a good, I guess, test, a proof of concept basically of whether or not it can even work remotely, if it's feasible in any conceivable way, unless they just fuck it up massively, in which case we'll have to wait to see if somebody else can. So, from Reykjavik, Iceland, March 13th, 2024, today CCP Games is excited to reveal the first details of Project Awakening and announce Phase 3, the next closed playtest for the in-development title, set within the EvE universe starting on May 21st, 2024. With a 26-year studio history, damn, I didn't know it'd been that long. Project Awakening represents the next step in CCP Games' journey to create virtual worlds more meaningful than real life. Designed with player empowerment at its heart, Project Awakening is being built as a single shard survival experience built upon the principles of freedom.
By the way, I would originally laugh about a sentence like more meaningful than real life. But yeah, if you know something about EvE Online, you know that the people take that game really seriously. I mean, there's literally sieges that happen for months there, where people are glued to the screens 12 hours a day in shifts because you need to siege something. It is kind of crazy.
Consequence and mastery within the universe, a universe that will evolve in the actions and ethics of its players. So I don't like EvE Online. Just gonna throw that one out there because
You don't like
the
EVE
game just
Online?
doesn't feel like a game most of the time when you're playing it. I've tried to get into EvE because it's kind of like it marries some of the things I really like about MMOs, but the controls and being a spaceship as opposed to being a person. I just can't get into it. I never have been able to. But obviously the open world PvP, the politics, the consequences, I like all that
That's
stuff.
really
Space,
cool.
sci-fi, I like that stuff too. But EvE Online as a game has been, up and down with population. It's on Steam, you can check the numbers. It's off Steam as well, so obviously these are not accurate. But over time, it's proven to be one of the most long-running, successful, not in like a World of Warcraft blowing records out the water, but just a game that has a niche.
Well, considering how much dedication you need to have to actually play this game, well, yeah, it is what it is, huh?
Fulfills that niche, is enjoyed by hundreds of thousands, millions of players day after day.
This guy
week after
watches
week,
too
month
much
after month, year after
Asmongold.
year, for a very long time. So whenever a company with that tenure says we're making something new, and obviously it being a single shard, which basically means one big server where everyone's in there together, yeah, cool, I like that. Now let's get into the next part that's going to obviously bother some people. It's a single shard survival experience project set in the dark expanse of space where civilization has decayed into the ruin of its own ambition. Players will explore a hostile and dangerous cosmos as they fight to survive against what remains and attempt to rebuild a broken world. Now, hopefully,
Mortal's
the
doing
survival
an
is talking about
MMO.
being on a broken world.
Sci-fi MMO.
It's not in space, in spaceships. I always feel like EvE kind of missed a trick in not doing more stuff within the universe of their game that you could play that sort of interconnected with the rest of EvE if you didn't want to be a person that flew around as a spaceship doing stuff. Having like, I know this was, I guess, talked about, I don't know if it ever came to fruition, but having, games based on planets where there's, a first-person shooter or something like that, and then that somehow contributing or at least feeling like it's within the same universe. So if this is kind of like that, cool. So powered by Carbon Development Platform and Mud by Lattice, CCP Games is creating a persistent world bound by digital physics, where compostability and programmability will enable players to build and collaborate on top, outside of, and within the emerging game environment, unlocking boundless creativity for third-party development via blockchain technology and cryptography. Now,
Man, I really don't like the words blockchain, crypto, technology, and so on, honestly. That just makes it sound so bad. This already honestly kind of sounds niche.
What's
even
wrong
though
with the
whole
blockchain?
concept is not niche, the fact that
Nothing.
well,
It's the
that
theft
block
around
the theme
Bitcoin that's
online, that
bad.
kinda makes
Nothing's
it
wrong
niche,
with the
though.
blockchain.
So,
Blockchain
yeah,
itself. Blockchain itself is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with blockchain. Only the people that it attracts, which is untraceable money. You're gonna get criminals.
I really wonder.
I know what some of those words mean, but when you put all of that into a sentence, I don't know what the fuck this means. I think this means they're talking about people being able to create things outside the game and put it into the game. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I also have no idea what actually this means.
Maybe it's a case of like being able to build tools that then can interact with like, for instance, like an API, but not an API because it's blockchain. Similar concept maybe. To participate in the development of Project Awakening, players can now apply to join Phase 3, the next closed playtest starting on May 31st, 2024.
Phase 3, wow.
Phase 3 will allow players to engage with programmable game systems and build their own features and functionality within the world. So I guess this sort of makes sense. If you look at it like this, there's a game called...
Dude, who the fuck is gonna do this? Programmable game systems and build their own features like that. Do I look like a guy who wants to do that? Obviously not. I completely, in fact, do not want to do that at all, in fact. So, I mean, how is this gonna have mass appeal? It's not gonna have mass appeal. This is gonna have even stranger, more niche appeal than EVE Online. EVE Online already has a very niche appeal.
Something, space, something, stationeer, something like that. It was from Dean Hall, you know, the guy who perpetually releases early access games and then within a couple of years moves to another early access game and leaves the other one. He hasn't really come to fruition the way it should have done. He's never really promised. He made one that was basically like, he took the control scheme, the very outdated control scheme of Space Station 13, where it's like left hand, right hand, you have to swap between your hands, you have inventory slots and things like that. He took that game and they had like a scriptable, programmable language. Might be mixing two games up, I don't think I am. It's been a long time since I played that, 'cause again, it was kind of,
I think you're right.
lost at the beginning and didn't really finish as far as I remember. You could program within the game, you could actually write scripts and you could do that to make airlock systems and basically rebuilding complex systems that needed real-world calculations of how stuff worked. Like if you were going to build a solar power farm or whatever, you had to actually program how the panels would detect where the sun is and move and things like that. Otherwise they'd just be mostly useless whenever they wouldn't turn themselves. So maybe that's like this, programmable game systems build their own features and functionality in the world. I guess if that's true, that's really cool. Obviously with it being blockchain, you mentioned that word and people lose their fucking mind. So I don't know how popular this is going to be as a concept, but I'm open to the idea. It is what it is. As part of the playtest or not.
Why did the first time that they attempted this fail? I don't even know. But I'm assuming because of kind of expected reasonable things. The blockchain is good. When the blockchain was at its peak, and the Justin Bieber monkey was still worth more than 50
I'm gonna kill this guy.
Even then, the word blockchain in gaming was super cringe. No one liked it except Ubisoft. But Ubisoft is a bunch of idiots, both garbage dumpster fires. So who honestly cares what they do, right? Man, it was already problematic when you heard the word blockchain, but now this? This is even worse, my dude. This is even so much worse. It's insane.
Online hackathon will enable builders to showcase their ideas to CCP, with the winning teams given the opportunity to visit the studio headquarters in Iceland. Cool. As part of this new CCP game, we're also excited to announce its commitment to making the Carbon development platform open source, allowing programmers and game developers to access the Carbon game engine framework and additional components for free. We've been co-developing games with players for over 20 years. By making Carbon development platform open source, we're now taking the next step in this journey. Our vision is to open it to everyone. Cool. Yeah, a good goal. Whether you are a player, developer, or programmer, we want to empower you in building virtual worlds. As part of this, we're excited to reveal the first details of Project Awakening, which embodies this philosophy. Players will have a new series of tools at their disposal to add features and functionality to the experience, a new way of leaving their mark on the world. If you are a builder and want to be part of this journey, then apply to Phase 3 and join the new extension of the EvE universe. I've always liked the idea of being able to, and I guess this segue kind of works with the idea of fucking play to earn, the dreaded term, which I absolutely hate because it just doesn't make sense. What's always made more sense to me, other than like you play the video game and you do intensive in-game labor for pennies, while someone who bought it earlier makes all the money from there or you use it.
I love that concept, honestly. Dude, I don't necessarily hate the idea of playing a game where there's real money conversion. I personally liked Diablo 3 when it first came out and it was a real-life money auction house. Who gives a shit? Okay, who gives a shit? Without the real money auction house, people would still be selling items on third-party websites. It is what it is anyway. But people got mad. I don't know. I liked it.
using their land in some way, or you've had to rent from them because they speculated early on when no game existed. I think that fundamentally cannot work as a concept. But thinking about it, I've said a few times, I'll probably go in depth in a video on my new cryptocurrency channel, where I talk about basically one of the things nobody I've ever seen talk about, one of the concepts of blockchain that could work in gaming but will probably never be adopted because companies don't want you to. So I'm not going to go further in depth on it in this video. But something I've always thought about with games, taking services that you do in the real world for like a hobby or a job or whatever, and then being able to do something with that service, such as, let's say you're a programmer, and then the game has a system within whereby you can automate things, and it needs code to be able to run efficiently. You write the code in the game and then you sell the schematic or whatever to people, or you provide a service where you show up and make it work, perhaps without even revealing how you've done it to them. Things like that actually sound cool to me as an idea of being able to, you know, you can do this with art, you can do this with programming. I don't know where else you could take it, but something like that to provide value and get value as somebody, you know, playing the game. That makes way more sense to me, and obviously something we already have a proven model of working. I mean, you look at VR chat, people pay tons of money to other people to make rigging and whatever, you know, animations for models that they're going to use within VR chat. Second Life, people have been doing that forever, where they're, you know, creating things that people want to buy on the Second Life marketplace and then use within the game. I think adding value like that to a...
Yeah, Second Life is ridiculous. Do people even play? Okay, 5 years ago I was asking the question, do people even play Second Life? I
Yes,
have
they
never
do.
Played it, but
Yes, they
Second
do.
Life is kind of insane. Because...
No, it's not.
There's, you know, think about the reason why you would call something Second Life, and there you go. You just explained actually Second Life.
I don't like this guy. I'm gonna get off him.
Sup, you beautiful bastards! You're watching the Philip DeFranco Show, and we got a lot of news to talk about today. But first, I'm excited to announce
Thank you,
the
Philip
big
DeFranco. I'd like to
unfolding
sub to your
drop just
channel.
went live at beautifulbastard.com. We brought back best-selling classics and tweaked some, like our new emotionally exhausted color swirl tees, hoodies, and brand new tank tops. You also wanted some zip hoodies, so boom, you got that now. But then there's also more. We brought back sports and classic, a new colorway, shirt, hoodies, and brand new tanks. One day we'll all be skeletons, return from the grave in new colorways. And even more of you can now let the world know you'd just rather not with the return of I Love Naps. All available right now with other best-selling goodness at beautifulbastard.com. Of course, first come, first served, and as always, thank you for being a part of the family. But the main thing here, we've got so much to talk about today, so let's just jump into it. Starting with, so usually when you hear the news, breaking news, local man kept alligator as a pet, one, for that story to have taken place in Florida, and two, for that man to possibly have been tragically eaten. But this is not one of those stories. And my boy Albert, not one of those gators. Because it turns out this 11-foot, 750-pound prehistoric dinosaur is more than just a pet. He's family, with his owner slash papa, Tony Cavallero, telling reporters that he adopted Albert from a reptile show all the way back in 1990 when the animal was just a baby. And since then, he's come to see Albert as a son, giving that boy a luxurious home in Hamburg, just south of Buffalo, New York. Hell, in 2016, he even built out an additional room decked out with an in-ground swimming pool and a waterfall, with a neighbor explaining to WKBW, he swims in the pool, lays on the pool deck, eats chicken, and doesn't bother anybody. And Tony adding,
I'm Albert's dad, that's all there is to it. He's like family to everybody.
but now, Albert's gone. Because according to the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Tony's dangerous animal license, it expired in 2021 after it was determined that Albert's holding area failed to meet safety standards. So Tony, he tries to get his license renewed, but with no luck. And either way, the department told reporters, even if the owner was appropriately licensed, public contact with the animal is prohibited and grounds for license revocation and relocation of the animal. You know, because allegedly, Tony allowed people, including children, to get into the water with the unsecured alligator. Also, the department claimed that Albert had blindness in both eyes and spinal complications, among other health issues. And all of that leading to last week, authorities swarming Tony's home, snatching Albert, and reporting that they didn't even let him say goodbye. With him saying in a statement, they brought at least 20 or more agents to my house in full body armor and guns, treating me like a criminal. It was like I was a gun-dealing, drug-dealing criminal the way they acted. Right now, officials are still deciding whether to press charges.
Why is
but all
that
of this
dungeon
is
so
Tony rejects
dark?
any suggestion
I could
that
not
put people in
see
danger. Admitting to
at
7
all.
News that kids had posed for pictures in the pool with Albert in the back, but saying that it wasn't often. Also showing a report of the medication that he'd been giving Albert for his eyes, also claiming the gator wasn't blind, and adding that Albert swam and moved fine, saying he never noticed spine issues. So now, with all this, we're seeing a story catching fire. And not just in the community where Albert's beloved, but all across social media. In fact, over 100,000 people so far have signed a petition demanding that New York bring Albert back home. With this including no shortage of people speaking out in videos about it.
Let's support Albert's father and get him home.
Albert should be with his rightful owner.
I hope that he does get Albert back. I think you should just give the man
Yeah, these
Have
people, they need
Let's bring
something.
Albert home. Give it
Once in a while, the public wants something. We deal with a lot of shit from you fucking assholes all the time, and every once in a while, the public wants something, and you'll give it to them, or we'll fucking eat you alive.
Give Albert back.
And finally,
Give Albert
here's
back.
Tony throwing in his own words for the petition, saying in a statement, "I took care of him better than most people take care of their kids. They changed the rules 2 years ago about what you need to do to have an alligator. I've had him 34 years and abided by all of them,
34
and renewed
years.
my permit annually as required. I tried renewing it when they changed their rules and had questions to ask. They ignored my emails and phone calls to make sure I did everything right, even though I should be grandfathered in. I will have a court date when they provide it." And so that is where we are, and depending on you, you see it as probably one of two things. This is a man who has a dangerous pet, or this is a man who's fighting to get his son back. But also, no matter where you land on this, I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. What do you think should happen? What do you think will happen? And then, in huge entertainment news, Mr. Beast is either killing the old school mainstream model, or he has forced his way in. Because you know how for the longest time people would say, like, why doesn't like a Netflix just throw the money bags at him and have him make something for the platform? Like, he's getting more views than the Super Bowl. Well, we've seen online creators get those swings. Odd Ones Out, of course, had a Netflix series. More recently, we learned that Jake Paul and Mike Tyson will live stream their fight on Netflix. But the big news we got today is it's not only Netflix in this game, with Mr. Beast announcing the massive news that he is bringing a new game show to Amazon's Prime Video. And the stakes are big and
Amazon
ridiculous as a
Prime.
Mr. Beast video. He's calling it Beast Games. He's hosting it himself, and he also
He took a
explained
television
it's
show
going to
with
be the largest
Prime.
game show in history. Over 1,000 contestants, $5
1,000
million prize, and
contestants.
many other world records. So just absolutely insane numbers. It also makes me wonder, like, how much is this whole deal? You know, you had Mr. Beast saying, "My goal is to make the greatest show possible and prove YouTubers and creators can succeed on other platforms." And noting specifically, Amazon gave me the creative control I need to try and make it happen. I hope to make the YouTube community proud. You know, that pressure that he's feeling, that is on him right now. He actually talked about it more on the Colin and Samir show, noting that he views this as something that won't change the game just for him, but also the space as a whole.
Obviously, if this show doesn't do well, then it's like, oh, he's just, you know, a YouTuber. You know, he can't. Yeah, but it's not even just me. It's also other creators. Like, it's I take it very serious. This is why I'm putting so much effort and energy into it, because like if this flops, then people are gonna be like, yeah, YouTubers aren't capable of, you know, making it on streaming platforms. And I recognize it could either have a massive positive effect, and that every streaming platform is gonna be throwing deals left and right at creators, or a negative effect, and people are gonna go, if Jimmy couldn't make a hit show, what makes you think you can? And like, that is one of my biggest fears, is the inverse, which is why I'm not gonna let that happen.
And so saying that he's trying to do this the right way, making it as good as possible, not as fast as possible, that he's not gonna just try and cash a big check and run, saying that he wants to really innovate the game show space with his own style, and saying it's not gonna be like anything we've seen before. And with that, he just kept reiterating that the biggest thing for him was
Take the game show to another level. Why not?
Streaming service, calling the shots on his own, which was actually something he really had to fight for.
It's just not fair to the audience, right? They're trusting when they come over that it's content that I back. I just don't care what some exec says is good content. Like, I literally
don't care.
And as far as how he
care
hopes
less.
this impacts other creators, you
I
have to
don't
say,
care about that
hopefully it
either.
ends up crushing, and then people can go, like,
I don't care what some fucking executive thinks about fucking content. I do not care.
to Jimmy, and look what he delivered. Trust me.
So absolutely huge news, and I wish him the most success with this. Because while obviously this is big for him, I do agree with the idea that this could be huge for the space. A moment in time where there is an even bigger shift towards the idea that these other companies, they are the lucky ones. They are the ones smart enough to make the smart move to bring in an online creator. And not the other way around, that, wow, that YouTuber or that TikToker, how the hell did they get that deal? They're so lucky. But also, not to throw extra pressure onto the situation, right? Mr. Beast is an outlier creator, and if somehow this ended up being a shit show, a failure of some sort, if we're being honest, it would likely close the door on the sort of thinking to bring in online creators, at least with something this big. So, you know, no pressure. Good luck. And then, so if you haven't heard about this yet, it's been more than a week since missing University of Missouri student Riley Strain was last seen in downtown Nashville. He's 22 years old. He reportedly went missing around 10 p.m. on March 8th when he was asked to leave a bar owned by country music star Luke Bryan. And following the timeline, on March 11th, police also shared his photo and description. Then on March 13th, they shared this video from the Nashville's Emergency Operations Center showing their search of the riverbank area near where Strain went missing. And now just today, they shared body camera footage showing Strain's chance encounter with a police officer responding to a vehicle burglary on the night that he went missing. While the accompanying tweet notes that Riley did not appear distressed in that video, we also have some other surveillance footage where that doesn't seem to be the case, with Strain seen stumbling and even falling. And I mean, this case has gotten so big that even Luke Bryan himself has shared a statement on X saying that the restaurant is working with police to provide police with security camera footage, transaction records, and staff accounts. And this is notably the Tennessee Alcohol and Beverage Commission Commission is investigating the bar to see if there were any violations. There are things such as over-serving strains. Aaron Rummage, an executive at the commission, saying, state law prohibits serving alcoholic beverages to someone who is visibly intoxicated. A violation is a Class A misdemeanor. We have bar staff claiming that he was only served one drink before being asked to leave. The restaurant statements say their transaction records show he ordered only one alcoholic drink. Though this is still, some have argued that the bar bears responsibility for kicking out an intoxicated person into the street, even if they didn't overserve him. But regarding that, Rummage notes that, quote, there are no specific rules or statutes that governs escorting out intoxicated patrons from their businesses or providing assistance in getting someone home. Right, and so the situation and the case itself is big news on its own, but also a big part of the story now is that this case has attracted a lot of fascination. In fact, so much so that its virality has started affecting the situation. You know, we've seen things like this in the past, like with the case of Gabby Petito, whose death became a national sensation, where certain stories just blow up even though hundreds of thousands of people are reported missing in the US every year. And so there's this question of, like, with this strain case, are we seeing something similar? You have TikTok commentary speculating on the case, racking up millions and millions of views, but at least this one guy apparently taking the initiative to reach out to Strain's friends himself and spread his own conclusion that Riley was roofied. Although there, the latest official update from police is that there is still, quote, no evidence of foul play. But with that said, we've also seen how social media can be useful, with the local newspaper, the St. Louis Star-Times, reporting yesterday that Strain's bank card was discovered on the banks of the Cumberland River, and a family friend telling the paper that it was actually discovered by TikTok users who had taken an interest in the case, with the two women, Anna Clendening and Brandy Bainan, saying they'd been scouring the riverbank for days. But as of right now, all of this is still developing in real time, and we don't have answers. But it is going to be interesting to see not only what comes from the investigation, what else do we learn, but also at the same time, how does this continue and grow online? And in what ways, good and bad, will we see those two things intertwined? Because again, keep in mind, as of recording, we have very little idea what actually happened to Riley Strain. And then March Madness is here, and it's got people fighting about exploitation of student athletes. Or because you have outlets like Bloomberg saying that the NCAA stands to make over $1 billion from the tournament. The athletes, they don't get a share in that revenue, even though they're the ones doing the work and putting on the show. And with that, you might go, well, you know, what about name, image, and likeness deals, right? NIL. And yeah, it is a huge deal for a number of college athletes. It's made some crazy kinds of money. People like Bronny James having NIL valuations of $7.2 million. Libby Dunn's net worth estimated to be $3.5 million. But the thing is, not every athlete is Bronny James or Libby Dunn. With the New York Times kind of noting that this is where NIL falls short, saying that's an ad hoc system organized largely by supporters of the athletic department that allows some athletes to bring in millions while others make nothing. It's not the same as universities paying athletes they employ, which has brought questions into this debate like, should athletes be paid as employees? Should they have unions? What about pay for play? What would any of this actually look like? And while that's a debate that's been going on for a while, March Madness has absolutely blown it up. You had, for example, a piece from the Daily Beast where they argued that NIL is not sufficient, and they spoke to one former athlete who said, is everyone saying, yeah, these guys can get paid now, but we aren't getting paid for football or the value we bring through football. We are getting paid for a side hustle that we have to seek out. They're largely not making money for being gymnasts. Or she's making money for selling clothes and energy drinks when she's not on the mat. And actually with that, you had Outkick just doing a piece on that, noting that in public view, her role as a gymnast actually falls second to her role as an internet celebrity. So for her, making money comes from a whole separate entity. It's like having a second job. While hers might be on the more glamorous side, that's not true for everyone. When you're not the biggest of the big names, trying to get an NIL deal can be a grind. With, for example, another athlete telling the Daily Beast, I'm out here hawking chicken for a little bit of cash and coaches are rolling up in Land Rovers. When it comes to the players, actually play and bring in people to buy shit, you gotta go out and get some other job doing promo work or signing autographs and shit. That shit takes time, right? You think anyone wants to spend their time after practice showing up to a car dealership to sign autographs? Nobody wants to do that shit. So with all that, you have places like USA Today saying that athletes should be employees, not only because they, quote, deserve to be compensated appropriately for their effort, but also because many do not go pro and many don't even complete their degrees. Therefore, their earning potential is often never greater than it is during their time spent as part of powerhouse college athletic programs. You also notably had the New York Times doing a piece on where unions fit into all this, noting, for example, that Dartmouth basketball players just voted to unionize. But you have economist Andy Schwartz saying that more widespread unionization efforts would not look so much like what's going on at Dartmouth, explaining you would have conference-level unions to negotiate the terms of employment and to enshrine in contracts the rights and duties of an athlete. And saying, in my view, the schools would provide the education and the conferences would be employing the athletes to be participants on a television program. And even though the NCAA has been resistant to changes in athletic compensation, the Times talked about an upcoming case that accuses the NCAA of illegally depriving athletes of compensation for NIL use in promotional broadcasting. And that case put the NCAA and its conferences on the hook for $4 billion. And explaining that could bring the NCAA to the table. The lawyer in the case saying this could lead to the complete transformation of the current structure so that the athletes who generate all the revenue can receive fair compensation for what they are contributing. You know, revenue sharing is a big topic right now. For example, the likes of former Alabama football coach Nick Saban talking about this in Congress recently.
I'm for student athletes being able to share in some of this revenue. And I think the number one solution to all this is if we could have some kind of revenue sharing proposition that did not make student-athletes' employees.
Though he also noted that while he supports NIL, he does have issues with the idea of college sports becoming all about income. Right, and actually with that, some have pointed to the fact that a court ruling forced the NCAA to stop investigating booster-backed collectives for making NIL deals with athletes. But, you know, the situation's not going to get figured out today. This is a long-standing debate, but it is very likely we will get more answers and possibly a transformation of the landscape soon. In the meantime, go Gonzaga. That's a team, right? I don't watch college sports. I know, shocking. The guy who sells a sports shirt does not watch every sport. And then, you know, for any of you focused on getting your business off the ground, creating a place to share your homemade goods, or even for a personal blog, I got a great solution for you. And it comes from, and I want to thank the fantastic sponsor of today's show, Squarespace. Now, I've been partnering with Squarespace for years now, and I have to say, it is still so easy. There's nothing to install, patch, or update ever. And creating a beautiful website with Squarespace's Fluid Engine is so easy. You just drag things where you like, no coding necessary. And if you need a starting point, Squarespace has a bunch of great professional templates. You can even sell custom merch easily. Squarespace will handle all the production and shipping. Plus, with Squarespace, you get access to all their marketing tools and analytics and their award-winning customer care team via email or live chat 24/7. So go check it out. See why so many others love it. See why you're gonna love it, and start your free trial today over at squarespace.com/Phil. Just make sure you enter an offer code Phil to get 10% off your first purchase. And then there are serious concerns right now that millions of gamers' computers are vulnerable. Right? And that's because there was this major hack shown off in the middle of a major esports event yesterday. So the game is Apex Legends, and in the middle of its North American esports finals, over 100,000 live viewers suddenly saw pro players clearly hacking. But here's the thing, those players didn't mean to. In footage from the event, you can see the players freaking out as suddenly random hacks are enabled. Things like being able to see other players through walls.
I'm getting hacked.
I know, but can you play? Can you play?
Yeah, but it's cheating.
With some of the hacks, like with aimbot, they had little jokes in there, like a checkbox that said "Vote Putin." But you had players adamant that it wasn't them doing it. And there were so many instances of these things happening that something fishy was obviously going on. In fact, it led the company behind the game to tweet, "Due to the competitive integrity of this series being compromised, we have made the decision to postpone the NA finals at this time. We will share more information soon." But here's the really, really big thing. The reason that all this has sparked an even greater concern than, oh look, some gamers got hacked, is that there are greater concerns about consumer data safety, because it's widely believed that the hacker was able to do all this by exploiting easy anti-cheat. Right? And EAC, if you're not familiar, is software used by many, many games to detect cheats. And it acts at the kernel level, which, just to say, I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of what that means. All you need to know is that anything that has kernel level access has access to essentially everything on your computer at a fundamental level. Right? And anti-cheats like this method because it makes hiding game hacks on a computer extremely difficult. But there's a drawback. If someone was able to break into the anti-cheat, they'd be able to do just about anything on your computer, right? Such as uploading hacks onto your game in the middle of a major event, and or more sinister things like stealing your data. I'm talking about everything you type: passwords, names, social security numbers, credit card information, addresses, every single thing. In fact, there's such a concern that accounts started warning people to avoid opening any games that use EAC, which ends up being a huge list. However, notably, with this, we've seen some pushback by EAC itself, saying in a tweet, "We have investigated recent reports of a potential remote code execution issue within Easy Anti-Cheat. At this time, we are confident that there is no RCE vulnerability within EAC being
I think you're
exploited.
lying.
We will continue to work closely with our partners for any follow-up support needed." Right? And so then that led to speculation that maybe this was an issue with Apex itself, which if that turns out to be the case, that is still a massive problem. Apex has millions of players worldwide, and seemingly they could also be vulnerable to someone using it to access their computers maliciously. Now with that, I will say, as of recording, Apex Legends hasn't given an update to what they think the issue is, and you have many thinking that this is going to turn into a corporate finger-pointing thing between EAC and Apex, which if that ends up being the case, it wouldn't be too surprising. Obviously, neither side would want to be the focus of this PR nightmare, especially if we're about to see even more people getting screwed over. So it's not a shock that we've seen figures like Thor from Pirate Software, who has an extensive background as a legal hacker, saying in response to this situation in EAC's tweet, "Being confident is different from fully understanding the recently claimed RCE vulnerability. With EAC's claim here, I am still waiting to see if the vulnerability lies with Apex or with EAC. Better to be correct over being fast. Don't spread needless fear and wait for more information." You know, this entire situation is actually reigniting a whole large debate in general about kernel-level anti-cheats. Where you have people like Linus from LTT having long warned that despite any anti-cheat benefits they may provide, at a fundamental level, they're just extremely dangerous. And hopefully, we're not about to find out just how bad this could be. But in the meantime, especially as we wait for more information, if you want to be extra cautious, in the description of this video, I'm going to link out to a list of EAC games. And in the meantime, it probably would not hurt to just make the safest of choices, at least until we know more. And then, y'all gotta watch out, because your state may be coming after your home. That's because of a federal law that's been on the books since 1993 and is getting a burst of scrutiny right now, with it mandating that all states recoup Medicaid expenses by seizing the assets of dead people who
Wow.
received long-term care through the program before they died. And in many cases, that includes their homes, which you might say is already cruel enough on its own. But what makes it so much worse is that many people actually have no idea that their property is on the chopping block when they sign up for Medicaid. Like this woman in Tennessee whose mother suffered from Alzheimer's, where she told the AP that she initially cared for the mother on her own. But then when she herself was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2015, she had to turn to Medicaid for help, with a representative from her local office advising her to drain her mother's bank account so she would qualify for Medicaid, which she did, and she used those funds to pay for an assisted living facility. But she had no idea that when her mother died in 2021, Tennessee would send her a bill for $225,000, as well as seeking to force her to pay by selling the home. And notably with this, she says it's not just about the money for her. They're saying her mother, a black woman, purchased this dream home after she won a discrimination lawsuit against Boeing. Right? So you have this daughter saying she fought hard for equal pay and equal rights just to see that ripped away just because she was sick and I was sick. It's just absolutely devastating. And of course, the big thing here is this is just one of many, many stories from people who have lost billions of dollars over the past 3 decades because they couldn't afford health insurance. While every state is required to recover assets for long-term care expenses, some are just way more aggressive than others, right? Namely, New York and Ohio, with those two topping the list with more than $100 million in a single year, according to Dayton Daily News. And depending on the state, like, it's all over the place. Some states go after homes, some don't. Some recover all expenses, others only do long-term care. The thing is, this program doesn't even bring in that much money. It turns out states only collect around 1% of the more than $150 billion Medicaid spends yearly on long-term care. So for the states, that money is like a drop in the bucket, but for these families, it's everything. And so that's why with all this month, we saw Democratic House lawmaker Jan Schakowsky propose repealing the federal law. But with that, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens, and it is doubted that this will actually pass, especially as there is a lot of Republican opposition here. But then also, even if it was passed, it wouldn't stop states from seizing homes, it would just leave the choice up to them. And so it's very likely that this is an issue that if there is going to be change, it's gonna take a long, long time. And again, that's if ever. And then the Supreme Court is hearing yet another case that could reshape the future of free speech on social media. Fun times. And specifically, the High Court is considering this overarching question. When do government efforts to limit misinformation on social media cross the line into censorship of free speech? Right, and all of this centers on a lawsuit brought by the Republican Attorneys General of Louisiana and Missouri, along with 5 people who said that their speech had been censored on social media platforms. And in their suit, the plaintiffs argued that the White House, the Surgeon General's office, the CDC, the FBI, and a key cybersecurity agency had violated the First Amendment by trying to persuade social media companies to remove posts containing misinformation. And this, especially around COVID, elections, and Hunter Biden's laptop. Also very notably here, this suit does not focus on whether these companies have the right to remove that kind of content. Instead, it argues that the government officials urging them to take certain posts down amounted to coercion that resulted in illegal censorship, with the suit claiming the government's incessant demands to platforms were conducted against the backdrop of a steady drumbeat of threats of adverse legal consequences from the White House, senior federal officials, members of Congress, and key congressional staffers, made over a period of at least 5 years. But this, as government lawyers have said, that these government agencies were just alerting tech companies to these posts, by saying they thought they could be dangerous or violated company content rules already in place, claiming that COVID misinformation on the platforms was causing preventable deaths, and asserting that a key part of presidential power is the ability to use the office, quote, to persuade Americans and American companies to act in ways that the president believes would advance the public interest, and arguing that the plaintiffs were actually unable to show any examples of the government threatening certain regulatory actions or other retaliation if they fail to remove the flagged content. And that's also something that's been echoed by experts who have pushed back against the idea that the executive branch could actually pressure social media companies to remove content against their will. They're noting that it's Congress that has the power to remove existing legal protections for big tech, not the president, and arguing that these are massive companies that aren't going to be easily influenced or scared by the government. Meanwhile, others also argue that both private companies and the government can actually benefit from these kinds of communications, with one expert giving an example of the Pentagon alerting a social media company to a terrorist group doxing a State Department official and calling for violence against them in apparent violation of the platform's policies, and saying that most of the time the platform would be grateful for the information because it does indeed violate their policies, right? But their algorithm doesn't happen to miss it because, you know, that happens. So back in September, the famously conservative Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, they ruled that the federal agencies named in the suit had likely violated the First Amendment and blocked them from any communications with social media platforms. But then, a month later, the Supreme Court lifted that order, allowing communication while litigation played out. Right? So how the court rules here will have huge sweeping implications, not only for how the government communicates with some of the biggest, most important companies in the world, but also for government efforts to fight health misinformation and secure elections ahead of an insanely consequential presidential race. It's an absolutely massive news. While hearing oral arguments today, a majority of both conservative and liberal justices on the Supreme Court signaled that they would reject the Republican-led case, with many expressing concern about what would happen if the court limited government communications with social media platforms on key issues. But that said, how things seem and how they will actually play out, we have to wait, because the final decision here is not expected until June. But hey, lucky for you, I'm not going anywhere, so just make sure you subscribe to the channel, and I'll keep you in the loop. So you know the labor shortage that everyone's been freaking out about? Well, it turns out there may actually be an easy solution, with one of the big problems being that some companies and hiring managers are hesitant to let go of outdated practices that exclude nearly 2/3 of applicants. Because we're talking about college degrees, or rather those who don't have a college degree. Because among other things, according to federal data, college enrollment's been on the decline for a while, dropping 15% over the last decade, and a lot of students are just deciding having to forego college for a variety of reasons, including the astronomical price tag, colleges shutting down, dissatisfying returns on getting a degree. And because of that, only about 38% of Americans over the age of 25 actually have at least a bachelor's degree, meaning that the remaining 62% rely on
Thank you for your time.
experience.
Much appreciated.
That group, they're often overlooked or outright dismissed because of their lack of official education. And that's despite the fact that work experts have been warning about a long-term labor shortage for years. Baby boomer retirements, birth rate, immigration policies. These are just a few factors of the perfect storm that's quickly leaving the U.S. with too few workers to fill job openings. Now that said, some companies have decided to broaden their mind. IBM, Google, Walmart, Medtronic, and GM have all eliminated the degree requirements for hundreds of job listings, instead choosing to lead the movement for skill-based hiring, where employers evaluate the candidate based on their skills and experience rather than education. With that, you have IBM Vice President of Growth and Development, Kelly Jordan, saying, if you're putting unnecessary requirements on jobs, you're automatically removing 60% of the population that could apply. And the removal of this often unnecessary requirement has allowed for a number of employees who don't hold degrees to progress their careers further than they would have. Like, for example, Benita Robinson with Medtronic. She finished one semester of college and worked mostly in retail until finding a better fit as an assembler at a Medtronic components factory outside of Minneapolis. With her rising through the ranks and working her way up to a team lead position, but then having no expectations of actually being able to move up further, like a supervisory roles demanded a 4-year degree. That is, until Medtronic removed that requirement, which then allowed Benita to apply and get the job. And so she now oversees several production lines and makes 40% more than she did as a team lead, which then makes you wonder just how many employees or applicants like Benita were previously overlooked or locked out of promotions and raises. And that's despite having the ability to fill vacant leadership positions. And it's not just factories or tech. We've seen skill-based hiring implemented across many different industries. Delta Airlines, for example, by 2021, 94% of the jobs that Delta filled did not require a college degree. And one of the only positions that held onto that requirement for longer was the coveted pilot role. With Eric Hendrick, Delta's director of pilot outreach, saying the supply was always larger than the demand, so no one saw the need to change it. But as the demand for air travel and cargo flights surged, so has the need for pilots. And because of that, by January of 2022, Delta removed the 4-year degree requirement for pilots, allowing for people like Rene Rodriguez, who wanted to fly for Delta 4 years and had years of experience with other airlines, to pass his assessment. And he actually piloted his first Delta flight last year in September. So now, according to Hendrick, of the 7,500 applicants for pilot positions, Delta has interviewed 150 that don't have degrees. And of those, 70% were offered positions, which is nearly the same rate as applicants who did have a degree. With Hendrick saying there's no trend that shows anyone with a college degree doing better than anyone without a degree in any of our assessments.
Nope.
But while there are some success stories since companies have relaxed degree requirements, according to a new report from Burning Glass Institute and Harvard Business School, progress is slow. The share of jobs that actually went through those schools only increasing
I've got to
by
fix my Twitch.
5%. And according to that report, even though that barrier doesn't exist anymore in many places, other factors are slowing down real change. With that including automated systems that favor applicants with higher education, as well as real-life hiring managers who are hesitant to change things up. With Joseph Fuller, a management professor at Harvard and co-author of the report, saying, all these companies are doing is removing a prohibition. So the hiring manager is not saying, oh, we should now be moving affirmatively to hire someone on a skills basis without relying on credentials. They're saying, if our favorite candidate has no BA, we're no longer prohibited from hiring them. And that's despite the fact that, according to Fuller's research, employers in most major industries have found that people who don't hold degrees, they are just as likely to outperform degree holders as the other way around. But it's outdated mindsets and picky automated systems that have overlooked many candidates who would be perfect. We're talking about people like Melanie Argel, where she dropped out of college when she couldn't afford it anymore. But since then, she's gotten several digital marketing and IT certifications. But even with that training and years of retail management, she keeps hitting walls trying to break into IT and project management, saying with people choosing candidates, they're missing so much in people like me. But ultimately, for now, that's where we are. We're gonna have to see how, I guess it's not even the situation, how society as a whole and the business space in general develops. But regardless of which side of the table you've been on, you've been doing the hiring, or you're just doing, like, you're just trying to get a job, I'd love to know your thoughts here. And then, finally, today we have yesterday. Today we dive into the comments of the last show and see what y'all had to say, maybe even sometimes have a conversation about it. And on that last show, there was a lot of conversation around Olivia Rodrigo, because there was that whole controversy around Plan B and contraceptives being handed out at her concerts. Which also, to give you an update there, after our show went out, I think it was the day after, it was announced that Plan B and other contraceptives will no longer be handed out at her concerts, with Variety reporting that the decision came from Rodrigo's team because, quote, children are present at the concerts. Though you had The Guardian reporting they'll still be allowed to have booths at her dates, but only to hand out information and materials such as hats, t-shirts, stickers, and badges. Though notably, you also had the DC Abortion Fund tweeting, little did these decision makers know, we have no issue handing out Plan B free of charge on the public sidewalk outside the venue, and saying Guts World Tour ticket holders are not, see you July 3rd outside Capitol One. Prior to that, in the comments, the folks like Fresh Beamer said, just the line, quote, helping kids kill their kids. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the fact that kids are having kids? Contraceptives and proper sex ed are so necessary. And yeah, a lot of y'all seemed really caught off guard by the line, helping kids kill their kids. That person that was Ryan was saying speaks volumes. He also owns it, right? As a teen mom, people always ask the question and say, no, dude, me being a teen mom mom is the reason I'm pro-choice. I chose to have a baby at 18, and I am very thankful for my son every day. He is the light of my life. But I do not wish this life on anybody who isn't 1000% sure they want it. And saying props to Olivia for actually standing up for what she cares about. Also, Basement Dweller Cosplay adding, as a Missourian, absolutely continue giving information on birth control because our lawmakers are so dumb they don't know how.
Lawmakers are so fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. I'd rather hire the fucking, you know, I'd rather hire the third grade. The third grade class would do better.
Shielding your children from information
fucking lawmakers.
End up with unexpected children. Regarding the idea that kids were also at these shows, with Elizabeth Miller saying Olivia's 21, she sings about sex and drinking. If you bring a kid to her concert, that's your choice. But Olivia being 21, issues that affect her and women both older and younger than her is allowed. Don't blame the artist because you aren't involved enough in your kid's life to vet the artist they listen to before you purchase tickets. And I will say, in those comments, there was definitely no shortage of conversation around parents being enough, too much, right? And that absolutely makes sense because one of the other big stories that people were talking about was that parent that was confronting that kid that was allegedly bullying his daughter. Well, you know, there was a fair share of comments of like, he went too far, no, he was standing up for his family. One of the big things I saw was people sharing their own experiences. Fresh Prince of Sand said, schools never got hands over a huge group of people and got completely exposed. I was traumatized and went to the school counselor and told her what had happened. They did nothing. Despite knowing exactly who did it, they did nothing. They only pathetically gave him lunch detention after my parents called a complaint. They just chalked it up to boys being boys. My brother was also not taken seriously at all. Both him and my parents talked to the school about him getting bullied. You know why? Because they claimed it's not possible for girls to be bullied as boys. They would punch him as hard as they could and laugh and mess with him in any and every mean way they could possibly think of. The school did nothing because they claimed girls would be capable of hurting him except he stood up for himself. Unbelievable. And y'all have watched me for a long time. One of these fucking manosphere fuckers. But what do you think the odds are? And like, how bad do you think the punishment would be if that guy hit one of those girls that was bullying him? Stupid or thinking like this just results in more of the same problems. Also, we had a person with a bunch of letters for their name saying, my mom almost did the same thing as the dad of that poor girl being bullied. I was bullied relentlessly in high school by my astronomy teacher. I cried almost every class. She would physically separate me from the rest of the class and hold my test scores up for everyone to see and laugh at because I was struggling. The school knew and did nothing, but I was too embarrassed to tell my mom because I was failing the class. One day I just broke, and when I got home I told my mom I wasn't going back and told her everything. She was screaming. The counselor, the principal was demanding to see my teacher. Thank God they didn't let her speak to her. I've never seen my mom that angry before, never since. She's told me that if she had seen my teacher, she would have laid hands on her. And I'm so glad she did. I love my mom, and I'm sure that girl loves her dad so much. Yeah, I don't know. I will say rightly or wrongly, I understand that anger. Literally, one of the only things that can set me off is someone fucking with my kid. It's the only thing that can break through just years and years of therapy. One, because I'm just protective of my family, but also two, as someone that was bullied, I know the fucking long-term impacts of that. Like, it stunted my emotional growth for the longest time. When there's a lack of accountability with bullies, whether it be from parents or schools, that's where I'll leave that story. And the final thing I'll note, I'm glad that so many of you got joy out of my blooper. Super easy, just tear. Part of the reason I died inside for a second is I had just cleaned this desk, and so then I also decided to kind of laugh at it. Honestly, that day it could have been the straw that broke camel's back, but you know, you just have to laugh at it, otherwise everything will break you eventually. You know, it all adds up. But that is where today's show is gonna end. And so in addition to a friendly reminder to get what you want over at beautifulbastard.com with a brand new drop, I'll leave you, as I always do, because my name's Philip DeFranco, you've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Where was that guy from? What? Why didn't my epic kill him? My epic should have killed him. I shot him like 18 times with a fucking gold. He should have died. He was close. Was this him? I did 140 damage to him. He showed up with 100. I don't know. Well, whatever. Seems fucky. Seems fucky. Seems so fucky. So fucky. Thank you, Jesterhead, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Fucking fucky. You guys were fucky with that. You were so fucky with that. Ah. What? Gonna go pee real quick. God damn it, I need armor. I need armor so bad. Motherfucker. Works for me. What? Why were these clowns out here? Why were they out here? Why is this fucking clown out here? What? There was not 5 people standing here. I rode up on the train. There was no one here except the guy in the fucking thing. Where the fuck did all these clowns come from? Out of the fucking woodwork. All little buttless clowns. Little butt clowns. All out of the fucking woodwork. Where the fuck did you come from? Like run up on this fucking room. Suddenly there's 5 sweats. Come on, all of us died. Where the fuck were you guys? I didn't see or hear anybody at all. And why the fuck are you in bumfuck nowhere? Why the fuck are you... I don't even know. Whatever. Why the fuck were you in bumfuck nowhere? What the fuck was that? Like 5 sweats in bumfuck nowhere. Fucking cowards. Like there was no one there. I came running in there. I was like, the one guy that's here, I'm gonna kill him. And then 4 sweats show. All of them gold weapons. All 4 of them gold weapons and blue weapons, just like pushing me. And I'm like, what? I'm just gonna leave. And before I could even leave, the other 2 guys ignored the guy pushing me and just let him kill me. And I was like, well, there's fucking 4 of you. Why was he able to just shoot at me? Like, come on, there's like 3 of you here. I killed the 4th one. And it's like, at that point, like, what time do you have to shoot me? There's 3 other fucking guys here. One of them just pulled up in a car. Like, I don't know. Fucking sweats are so gross to be around. You don't want that, huh? I do. I'm not gonna kill you because of it. Fucking bot. That was a real guy, I think, and he looked like Fat Batman. He landed on top of me and he sucked at the river and whatever. I just saw a guy. I'm really surprised he did not shoot at me. But I think he's scared of everybody else here, and I don't blame him. See if I can grenade his ass. No, he's in an active fight with somebody is why. That was something way back over there somewhere, like right there. See if we can push these assholes. I fucking doubt it. But, I mean, eh. They're bots, I think. What? What? Where's the other guy? Why are you allowed to just stand on the? Oh, because this is NPC. Aww. Ranger. Wow! I was too distracted. I was not thinking. I'm not thinking about this at all. I was not thinking about this at all. Oh well. Happens. I did not expect somebody to land on me and act like an asshole. I'll play Fallout 76 after this. I don't think today's my day. Yeah, I'll go right now. I don't think I want to play this anymore. It's too thirsty and shitty, and they'd ruin my SR, and I'm not having fun playing these people, and my mind's not in it. I'll go play something like Fallout and have some fun, and just zone out and grind. I really, this was not what I was looking for at the moment. So, I'm gonna do some gambling here. Nope. $85% off. This was a good Baldur's Gate 2 soundtrack, but I'm going to switch to 76 now. Gotta change my title, which is annoying. I don't know where my phone is. Oh, there's my phone. Yeah. Gotta find my phone and my pen. There we go. And, yeah, I've got to change my title on Twitch. '76 has my favorite music of all time. Yep. Ooh, atomic sale. I have 305. Utility room bundle. Free repair kit. Good. I want to change character to my main now. My main is 172. Yeah. We'll go into adventure. And loot my atomic scoreboard because I have not done that in like a couple of weeks. Inside this package, Oh, wow, yeah, I even remember where I'm at. Yeah. Fun. Wow, and her jump sucks and all this. Yeah, like... Anyways, let's turn the music on immediately. And we are here to run through the atomic scoreboard shop. That's a bit loud, actually. Okay, I'm trying to do the scoreboard. Yep, and I want to start over from the start. Perk coin. Wow. Big score, Diamond Dust Casino. I like the characters. They're cool. I like the pictures. Wait. Why am I in power armor? This is me, though, which is cool. What level am I? Yeah, I'm level 25. This is me. This is... Yeah, I'm on the right server, yeah. Cool. Ah. Oh, cool. Right as you open this up. Did you kill me? Yes, you did. Nice. I really like your fucking workbench fucking takes you away for 15 seconds. I really like that. And I really wish you would suffer for it. The way I do. Make a choice like that as a developer. I have to deal with it every day. How about you deal with it for a while?
Dismissed. Trump finally wins in court. Well, not so fast. Yes, obviously I am not in my normal Legal Eagle office. I'm actually in Southern Utah because I'm participating in the off-road games that I'm definitely going to lose because I'm the only one that doesn't have off-road experience. So that's fun. But this is a really interesting legal ruling from Judge Scott McAfee in Georgia in the Georgia election interference case. It's super interesting. It's super wonky from a legal perspective, and a lot of people are reporting on it wrong. So of course, we've got to cover it here on Legal Eagle. Yes, Judge Scott McAfee's had everyone on the edge of their seats wondering whether he would disqualify Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade from prosecuting Donald Trump because they had a romantic relationship while the case was being investigated. But instead of ruling on that motion, Judge McAfee dealt with some other pending motions, including the defense's motion to quash some of the counts of the indictment. Judge McAfee threw out 6 counts in the 41-count indictment, including 3 charges against Donald Trump for his alleged efforts to persuade former Georgia House Speaker David Ralston and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to violate their oaths of office by refusing to certify Joe Biden's victory. These efforts included Trump's so-called perfect call, where he pressured Brad Raffensperger to find him just enough votes to win.
All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
The judge concluded that the quote,
we won the state
concerning an essential legal element is, in the undersigned's opinion, fatal. So what does that mean? Well, Trump now faces 10 felony counts in Georgia instead of 13. For now.
Oh, good. Only
is,
10 felony
not
counts.
the end of the Georgia prosecution.
Oh, good. Only 10 felonies, not 13. Oh, good.
As some have reported. And Judge McAfee's ruling left open the possibility that the state can seek a fresh indictment on those charges if they include the right language. So what does this mean for the case against Trump, and what happened legally? Well, defendants filed a motion to quash the indictment by way of a special demur. In Georgia, the special demur is a request for a more definitive statement or an explanation of the charges. Quote, a special demur challenges the form of the indictment by claiming that the defendant is entitled to additional information or specificity. It asks the prosecutor to particularize the conduct that an alleged crime was committed. And generally, a demur and a motion to dismiss are essentially the same thing. They look only to the allegations and assume them to be true. They're testing the legal sufficiency of the indictment. They're not testing the sufficiency of the evidence that has been presented. In fact, trial hasn't happened, so there hasn't been any evidence really presented to the finder of fact. So why did the defendants say that the indictments were defective? Other than, claiming that the phone call was perfect. That doesn't work. That's actually a factual claim, not a legal claim. And I'm sure Trump will be allowed to make that legal defense at trial, but this special demur was testing the legal sufficiency of the indictment as written on legal grounds, not dubious factual grounds.
People have been saying that it was the highest vote ever. There was no way. A lot of the political people said that there's no way they beat me, and they beat me. They beat me in the poll. As you know, every single state, we won every state. We won every state house in the country.
And here they argued that the indictments did not give the defendants enough information about how they solicited Georgia officials to violate their office. They raised two key issues. And the first issue was whether the indictment should have specified which parts of the oaths the state officials would have violated if they had gone along with the defendant's scheme to give the state's electors to Trump. The second issue was whether the indictments were specific enough about the parts of the U.S. and Georgia constitutions the defendants allegedly violated. Again, this is wonky, in-the-weeds procedural stuff that generally you don't see in really famous cases, but this is sort of the blocking and tackling of being a trial lawyer, is arguing these really minute issues of detail. And on the first issue, quote, defendants first argue that the indictment is defective because the charging language does not cite the oath each of these solicited public officials were required to take. In fact, the Georgia state officials don't all take the same oath. Georgia senators and representatives must take an oath prescribed by Georgia Code 28-1-4. The governor takes a different oath. The Secretary of State takes a different oath prescribed in a different section. And there are subtle differences between each one, and the indictment doesn't say which parts of these oaths the various defendants violated. Now, Judge McAfee ruled that, quote, this omission is legally harmless because, quote, precedent is clear that the allegations must either include every essential element of the predicate offense or charge the predicate offense in a separate count. And in this case, all three statutory oaths contain some linguistic variation, a provision that the oath taker will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Georgia. So the indictments didn't need to go into specifics about which parts of their oaths the officials would have violated. However, the defendants were correct about the second issue, whether the indictments weren't specific enough about which parts of the state and federal constitutions were allegedly violated. Now, if you've ever had a perfect call that has led to a witch hunt in multiple states, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've had an injury or death in the family, if you've suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters, or were involved in a car crash, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. It's so important to talk to a lawyer early in the process to learn what your options are and maximize your recovery. So just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click on the link below. So let's start by looking at count one. Count one is for the Georgia RICO statute. That indictment says that the defendants committed 161 overt acts in furtherance of their corrupt RICO scheme, and the entire case is anchored by the RICO charge. That charge remains intact. And then count two says that Trump, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Janet Ellis, and Ray Smith unlawfully solicited, requested, and importuned certain public officers to engage in conduct constituting the felony offense by unlawfully appointing presidential electors from the state of Georgia in willful and intentional violation of terms of said persons prescribed by law. And then Act 3 of Count 1 says that, quote, members of the enterprise, including several of the defendants, made false statements in Fulton County and elsewhere in the state of Georgia to Georgia officials, including the governor, the Secretary of State, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Members of the enterprise also corruptly solicited Georgia officials, including Secretary of State and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, to violate their oaths to the Georgia Constitution and to the United States Constitution by unlawfully changing the outcome of the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election in Georgia in favor of Donald Trump. So one of the acts charged by Count 1 involved convincing the members of the Georgia Senate Judiciary Subcommittee to act on Trump's behalf by submitting a different set of electors to the Electoral College. That's the event referenced by Count 2. And Judge McAfee explains the way the indictment is designed. Quote, the indictment, when detailing the manner and means of the criminal enterprise alleged in Count 1, describes the defendants as soliciting Georgia officials to, quote, violate their oaths to the Georgia Constitution and the United States Constitution. Thus, reading the indictment as a whole, which the trial court is required to do, confirms that these are the prescribed terms at issue in these 6 challenged counts. That event, the subcommittee meeting, is charged as a separate crime in Count 2, but the judge says that the indictment language of Count 1, whether it says to violate their oaths to the Georgia Constitution or to the United States Constitution, is simply too generic. Quote, while the averments do contain a reference to the terms of the violated oaths, this court finds that the incorporation of the United States and Georgia Constitution is so generic as to compel this court to grant the special demur. On its own, the United States Constitution contains hundreds of clauses, any one of which can be the subject of a lifetime study. Academics and litigators devote their entire careers to the specialization of a single amendment. To further complicate the matter, the Georgia Constitution is not a mere shadow of its federal counterpart. And although some provisions feature similar language, the Georgia Constitution has been interpreted to contain dramatically different meanings. This is in marked contrast with, say, aggravated assault with a handgun, which can be perpetrated, quote, in only a limited number of ways, and an indictment that merely refers to a handgun is not too vague because it infers that the weapon was used either as a firearm or as a bludgeon. So the language about the Constitution just says that the defendants violated their constitutional duties, but doesn't say which ones. So the provision should have named which parts of the Georgia Constitution the state officials would have violated if they went along with Trump's plan. For example, Article 1 says no person can be deprived of property without due process. Article 2 says no person can be denied equal protection of the laws. So if the indictment alleged that the state officials violated their oaths of office, thereby denying someone the right to have their vote counted, that might have passed muster with Judge McAfee. And you might think that Trump and the other defendants should be found guilty of every single charge. Or you might think that Trump and the other defendants should be acquitted of every single charge. But this is exactly the kind of careful analysis that you really want in a trial judge. Judges should sometimes be skeptical of prosecutor statements. At this point, let's put on a Yeah, you should definitely be skeptical of prosecutors' statements. Maybe especially as here, where an indictment is so voluminous and complex. But the judge here did not say that the defendant's conduct was incapable of satisfying the elements of the crime. Quote, the court's concern is less that the state has failed to allege sufficient conduct of the defendants. In fact, it has alleged in abundance. Yeah, that's the kind of language as a defense attorney you don't want to see written about your clients. But the judge goes on, quote, however, the lack of detail concerning an essential legal element is, in the undersigned's opinion, fatal. As written, these 6 counts contain all the essential elements of the crimes, but fail to allege sufficient detail regarding the nature of their commission, i.e. the underlying felony solicited. And as former federal prosecutor Renato Mariotti put it, quote, indictments need to be specific enough so the defendants know what crime has been alleged. But there's a big caveat here. Judge McAfee concluded that, quote, however, these pleading deficiencies do not apply to the corresponding overt acts listed in count 1, specifically overt acts 23, 42, 55, 102, 112, and 156. Overt acts alleged as part of a conspiracy are not held to the same pleading standards as statutory-based offenses. Defendants have not provided any authority requiring that the particulars of an overt act be alleged or subjecting overt acts to the standards of general or special demurrage. The defendant's challenge to these overt acts is therefore denied. So in practice, that means that the criminal counts that have been dismissed are gone, but the related overt acts survive. For example, Trump's call to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger can still be used to prove the racketeering charges against all defendants. Mark Meadows is probably in the best position after this ruling, since the only count remaining against him is related to that call, but he's still being prosecuted as a RICO conspiracy defendant. Now, that doesn't mean that the district attorney is out of options. The DA's office can theoretically re-indict quickly. If there's a grand jury on the premises, it could happen almost immediately. But that process is a little cumbersome compared to what happens in federal court, where the prosecutor can just file a bill of particulars to inform the defendant of the charges in sufficient detail to minimize the surprise at trial. But Georgia law doesn't have such a provision. Or the state can appeal. The judge notes that alternatively, the state may request a certificate of immediate review pursuant to Georgia code, which the court would likely grant due to the lack of precedential authority. But that would obviously pause the case while the appeal is litigated. Or the DA might simply choose door number 3, letting the ruling stand without filing a superseding indictment. The same conduct is covered in the RICO count, because theoretically the DA only gets one more shot to properly indict the conduct, because if the state loses a second special demur, then the state isn't allowed to replead after that. Now, if the thought of Trump getting off scot-free made you lose your appetite, I have good news, because you can get it back with today's sponsor, Factor. Because Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. And the meals are completely ready to eat in just 2 minutes. You can eliminate the hours it would take to shop, meal prep, and cook, so you can spend your day doing the things that you actually want to. And I can personally attest the meals are fantastic. Plus, you'll never get bored with what you're eating. You can choose from over 35 different options a week, including ones that are keto, calorie smart, vegan and veggie, and more. And on top of that, Factor offers 55 add-ons that help make your weeknights even more delicious and nutritious. And now Factor is offering 2 free wellness shots with each order for life while you're an active subscriber. Factor meals arrive at your door pre-prepared and ready to eat in just 2 minutes. In the same amount of time that I could even think about going to the grocery store, my Factor meal is already done. Because sometimes I just want a good, healthy meal without having to cook, and it's surprisingly affordable too. And now now Factor also offers Gourmet Plus meals as part of your weekly options, which means you can get a little gourmet with your meal plan whenever you're craving something special, because you deserve it. Gourmet meals include surf and turf or surf and surf, shrimp and salmon. But honestly, you can't go wrong with their normal offerings either. Factor's team of gourmet chefs creates each meal to help you feel your best all day long, and they really are extremely delicious. Like my favorites, bruschetta shrimp risotto, green goddess chicken, and grilled steakhouse filet mignon. And Factor is flexible. You can pause or reschedule deliveries at any time. In fact, this is making me hungry. So click on the link below or the link that's on screen and use the code LegalEagle50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. Again, to get 50% off your first Factor box and get free wellness shots for life, just click below. After that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Developers have to think of everything before you do. The thing about that is they can't. There's always gonna be something you come up with that they didn't. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 20 things developers didn't think any—
Ugh.
In Hollywood at that time, Scientology
Thank you,
was
Bloom,
just
sub,
simply
like,
no
and
go.
sub to your
But
channel.
No, and the lawyers would just say no. And whether they said, look, you're right, this should be completely up for parody, we don't want to risk it, and we don't want to go to court, and they sue everybody.
Our number one story in the countdown tonight, Cruise, Scientology, and South Park.
We were told that the people involved in Mission Impossible 3 demanded that show be pulled off the air, and it was.
One of the touchiest episodes was about Scientology, a notoriously litigious group.
Isaac Hayes recently quit his job as the voice of the character Chef.
Goodbye.
But half the battle was just getting it out. Once it had gone on the air, you couldn't put it back.
Hayes said he left because of, quote, inappropriate ridicule of religious community. So, Scientology, you may have won this battle, but the million-year war for Earth has just begun.
Alright class, I hope you enjoyed that little intro I made. As you can see, today we're talking about one of South Park's most controversial episodes. Now, if you've attended any of my lectures in the past, you're probably well aware of the fact that South Park is pretty controversial. In fact, you probably have at least some knowledge on the controversy we'll be talking about today, considering its large section in my most popular lecture and the large-scale news coverage it received at the time. But even if you watched that lecture, you probably don't know the details of the situation, and through my research, I discovered that this rabbit hole goes so much deeper than I ever thought possible. Today, we're talking about that time that South Park took on one of the scariest looming threats in all of Hollywood, an organization that struck fear into the hearts of anyone who considered speaking out against them, considered for many years to be completely off limits to criticism. We're talking about Scientology. Well, you see, all of that scary and threatening stuff I just said used to be true. That is until South Park made this episode and proved that they were significantly more bark than bite. In fact, it's very likely that this single episode of South Park not only exposed the true nature of Scientology to the general public for the very first time, but started a chain reaction of events that caused such immense, irreversible damage to the group that their continuing descent into obscurity can be directly traced back to the release of this episode. To put it simply, this cartoon directly led to the downfall of the world's most successful cult. It also might have caused some more minor effects outside of Scientology. For example, it led to threats of legal action from one of the most famous people in the world. It nearly canceled the media tour for Mission Impossible 3. It led to an incredibly invasive private investigation that included attempted espionage. It caused one of the main voice actors from the show to quit after 10 years, and it might have even been the inciting incident that would lead to that same actor's untimely death just a few years later. You know, just minor stuff. Now, that might sound like a lot, but I promise
Wait,
you all...
Isaac Hayes had an untimely death? Now, this I didn't know. I remember when he died.
We haven't even scratched the surface yet. Because this is that time South Park took down an entire religion.
Goddamn right.
You know what else Tom Cruise is often associated with? Fighter jets. And you know who else loves fighter jets? Everyone. So that's why you should go and check out today's sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made. You can take command of over 2,500 different vehicles, including tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships. War Thunder also has one of the most sophisticated vehicle damage models in all of gaming. Every vehicle is intricately modeled down to its individual components, like engines, fuel tanks, weapons, and crew, all susceptible to damage or disabling from enemy fire. The game also offers an insanely comprehensive customization system with countless different camos, historical markings, decorations, and all types of stuff for all different types of vehicles. Thanks to all these small little details, it is incredibly easy to become immersed in the intense combat of War Thunder. My favorite part of War Thunder is just how intense the combat is. When you're fully immersed in this game, it really is a feeling that's hard to find in many other games. And the best part is, this game is totally free. You can play War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Just use my link in the video description or pinned comment to sign up. And if you're a new player or you haven't played in over 6 months, you get a massive bonus pack that includes multiple premium vehicles and an exclusive vehicle decorator, 100,000 silver lions, and 7 days of premium account. And this is only for a limited time, so that's why you need to go click the link in the description or pinned comment and come join a worldwide community of over 70 million players by downloading War Thunder. And thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video.
Incoming
now, I'm
party
gonna assume
invite.
that you all know what Scientology is by now, but I think it's important to give some general information about the religion, and I use that word very lightly, as well as get an idea of what the general public's knowledge of Scientology was like before the release of this episode. In short, they didn't know much. In 2005, Scientology had already been around for decades, with many sources claiming the church reached its peak anywhere from the late 70s to the early 90s. In terms of how many Scientologists there were at their peak, it's pretty ambiguous, with some people claiming they never broke 30,000 and others claiming upwards of 700,000. As you'll see, the church tends to be pretty unreliable when releasing any information about themselves, so it seems like the true scale of Scientology will never really be known. At this time in the mid-2000s, the general public had heard of Scientology. Like I said, it had been around for decades, and over that time it had picked up some rather well-known people, such as Tom Cruise, who had become a public advocate for the group as early as the 1990s and quickly became the face of the church. This meant that knowledge of Scientology was very surface level in the mainstream. People had heard of it, but no one really knew anything about it, as the church liked to keep a rather low profile.
Go get it.
So when the face of Scientology went on Oprah in May of 2005 acting like he had been hitting the slopes in the green room, people started to wonder just what the hell did Scientology do to this man.
I'm not gonna pretend.
You know, Katie once told 17 magazine, yes!
Though he didn't directly speak on Scientology in the interview, he would later make some statements that directly echo the beliefs of Scientology, going after Brooke Shields for her antidepressant use. You see, Scientology doesn't really like the idea of psychiatry. In fact, Dianetics, which is one of the core principles of Scientology, was created as essentially a replacement for psychiatric care. A month later, in an interview with Matt Lauer, Cruise would expand on these views, calling psychiatry a pseudoscience and condemning any use of psychiatric drugs. Interestingly enough, he actually made some points about the overprescription of these medications that are reasonable and make sense. The problem was his insistence that there are absolutely no cases where they should be used, and his refusal to accept psychiatry as a legitimate medical practice. Also, the fact that as the interview went on, it seems like he's getting increasingly angrier, starkly contrasting the lighthearted, joking attitude he shared literally moments ago, to the point where he's essentially yelling at Matt Lauer.
And you should do that also, because just knowing people who are on Ritalin isn't enough. You should be a little bit more responsible in knowing
I'm not prescribing Ritalin, Tom.
So for the first time, the general public gets a small glimpse into the beliefs of this group, and their first impression is that Scientology, despite the name, seemed to be rather far removed from any form of science. And the main spokesperson for the group seems like he himself might benefit from some psychiatric care based on how incredibly unstable he was in his last 2 interviews. So now all the general public knows about Scientology is that they don't believe in psychiatry and their main spokesman might be clinically insane. And with that, the 2 creators of an adult animated TV show decided it was time to do some digging. And what they found would shock them so much that they knew they had to share it with the public, and this would be the beginning of the end.
Stan, do you want to hear the great secret doctrine of life behind Scientology?
Sure.
All right, go ahead and tell him.
November 16, 2005, episode 12 of the 9th season of South Park would air on Comedy Central, simply titled Trapped in the Closet. The episode opens with the boys looking for something fun to do on a Saturday, with Stan insisting that they do something that's free since he's saving up for a new bike. Cartman, being annoyed by this, reminds Stan of the first law of physics.
Anything that's fun costs at least $8.
The rest of the boys then go to play laser tag. Side note, you know you're broke when even Kenny can afford to do something that you can't. So while Stan is out looking for some fun free activities, he just so happens to pass by some friendly folks offering free personality tests and talking about something called Scientology. Apparently, it's a cool new thing, as celebrities like Tom Cruise and John Travolta are Scientologists themselves. Stan begins to notice that all of this is very religion-like, so he asks about it, and their response isn't very reassuring.
Then how come that sign says Church of Scientology?
Oh, that's just his thing. What's the Denver Broncos record now? 6-2?
One of the Scientologists then begins asking Stan some questions, and by the time he's done, he comes to the conclusion that Stan is horribly miserable and depressed. In his mind, there is only one solution to this.
What do I do?
It's very simple. We just need $240.
Stan then heads home to discuss his depression with his parents, asking them to pay for the $200.
Stanley, I didn't know you were miserable.
Neither did I!
They say that if he really wants it, he should spend the money he's been saving for his bike. And even though he's a bit more hesitant, he decides that it's worth it.
Yeah, well, just like the rest of us, you have to make choices with your money. You want a bike, or do you want to not be depressed?
Upon paying the fee, they begin to explain the history of Scientology to Stan. The founder and prophet goes by the name of L. Ron Hubbard. Now, L. Ron has his own extensive history that the episode doesn't dive into in detail, however they do mention the fact that he was a science fiction writer. During his life, he built up a rather large resume as a serial scammer and is known for some absolutely incredible quotes, such as, "You don't get rich writing science fiction. If you want to get rich, you start a religion." Bit on the nose there, L. Ron. They continue to explain that he discovered that the body has thetans that cause negative emotions, which can be read by a device called an e-meter. Now, at this point, you may notice that it seems like they really did a lot of research into how Scientology recruits people, and according to ex-Scientologists, their portrayal is very accurate.
So these are actual questions on Scientology's personality test.
We just need $240.
I mean, that's exactly how that goes. The standard response to every item on the test evaluation, they go, Scientology can help you with that. And then they sell you an introductory course.
Well, there's a reason for that. First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to Andrew Gold. Funnily enough, he's the same guy who interviewed Jesse Morton, the man who made the threats towards South Park after episode 200. Made a whole video about that if you want to check it out. But Andrew also interviewed Mark Headley, an ex-Scientologist who now advocates against Scientology. This interview provided me with tons of information about how exactly South Park impacted Scientology, and I highly recommend you go listen to it if you have the time, as I will be referencing it throughout this video. In this interview, Mark mentions that one of the reasons South Park was so knowledgeable on Scientology is because they consulted with a man named Mark Ebner, a journalist who had been researching Scientology for decades, going as far as to go undercover as a potential recruit for Scientology. He's essentially an expert in Scientology, and Matt and Trey worked directly with him while making this episode. So while Stan gets his thetan levels read, they quickly realize that Stan is a very special boy.
There was only one person who ever registered OT9 in the history of our church. Our prophet has returned.
Word spreads fast, and before he knows it, Stan's house is swarmed by Scientologists hoping to get a look at the reincarnation of their prophet. One of the more excited followers even found their way into Stan's room. Of course, it's Tom Cruise, who seeks approval in his acting abilities from Stan. Stan's answer isn't exactly what Tom was looking for, and he heads to the only place he knows.
Well, I mean, you're not like as good as Leonardo DiCaprio, but you're okay, I guess. You're not Gene Hackman or that guy that played Napoleon Dynamite, but you're okay. Hey! Dad! Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet!
Try as they might, they cannot manage to get Tom Cruise to leave the closet, even when R. Kelly shows up to give his 2 cents.
Well, I was just standing here. Tom
I was just standing here.
So I pull out my gun!
So pull out my gun!
Stan needs to know all of the secrets of Scientology, so he sits him down to explain the actual beliefs of Scientologists. I'm not going to explain the whole clip. I'll link it in the description.
This
if
is
you
what
want to watch
Scientologists
it.
actually
But
believe.
The story
It's
is
true.
incredibly fantastical. It includes
It's true,
tales
too.
of Lord Xenu, aliens,
What's wrong with Lord
intergalactic
Xenu?
airplanes,
Nothing's
soul
wrong
catchers,
with any of that stuff.
brainwashing,
If that's
and
what they
alien
believe,
souls possessing
how is that any
mankind.
different from God?
Remember
If they
how
believe
mentioned
that,
Elron
that's
Hubbard was a
okay.
science fiction writer?
I think you guys have been kind
Throughout
of
the entire 2-minute scene, a text
anti-Scientologist.
box appears at the bottom of the screen reading, "This is what Scientologists actually
Now, it's a
believe,"
cult,
in caps.
but
And as it turns out, yeah,
I
this
mean,
is
if that's what they
Scientologists
actually believe, oh well.
But
We can't
actually,
tell them
the vast
otherwise.
majority of Scientologists don't know this
Oh,
story,
I went the wrong
as
way.
it's kept
Son of a
very
bitch. Oh,
secret. Now you may be thinking,
okay.
why would a religion that's trying to convert people want to keep their beliefs secret?
You've been
Isn't that
examined.
kind of
Oh,
like
I want
the opposite of what
Signet.
you
I
want
want
to do?
Signet.
And that's correct. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I might say that this behavior seems to be more in line with what a cult would do.
Let's see,
But
we
as we'll
got
talk
Black
about in a
Mage
little bit,
War,
there's a
Red
good
Mage
reason why they
Monk,
don't want this
Summoner
information out
Nin.
there. So after Stan is educated
And,
on the full
Roland
truth
Berry?
of Scientology, he's asked to continue where he left off and add to the sacred doctrine. Meanwhile, Tom Cruise is still in the closet, refusing to leave. In fact, he's denying that he's even in the closet to begin with.
It's time for you to come out of the closet.
I'm not in the
Cuban?
So while Stan is writing his new sacred doctrine, the rest of the boys tell him that they're concerned about his involvement in this cult, to which Stan denies that it even is a cult and claims that he's found meaning in it.
I didn't know you were depressed. Neither did I. But now, if you guys can't accept this great thing I belong to, then I suppose we're no longer friends.
Back with Tom Cruise, he is still in the closet, so they try to use fellow Scientologist John Travolta to get him out. This, of course, just leads to John Travolta going into the closet as well, now also refusing to come out. And of course, R. Kelly just gets angrier.
And I pull out my gun.
Ah!
When Stan
There we
shares
go
his
with the gun
new
again.
writings with the leader of Scientology, he's very excited about them, until Stan reveals the most dramatic change that he's
Okay.
added.
And best of all, I wrote that all the Scientologists should no longer have to pay money to belong.
What?
He then goes on to reveal his true intentions with Scientology.
You don't actually believe this crap, do you? Those people out there buy that crap, but I thought you were smart enough to see what was really going on. What's better than telling people a stupid story and having them believe you? Having them pay you for it, stupid! That's how a scam works. But this is a scam on a global scale.
Stan is rather caught off guard at first, but when he starts talking about making millions of dollars, he remembers how he needs a new bike, and he's a lot more receptive to it.
Yeah, I get you.
Then keep writing, Elron. Your people are waiting.
Elron.
Meanwhile, Tom Cruise and John Travolta are still in the closet, and they still refuse to come out, even after R. Kelly is sent up there to get them out. R. Kelly then gets curious, and who would have thought, he ends up in the closet as well.
Now I'm in the closet. Now I'm in the closet too.
In the morning, Stan is ready to share his new doctrine with the world. He begins to read, but as he looks out across the sea of people and recognizes just how much this means to so many of them, he knows that he can't do it. He decides that it's best for these people to know the real truth.
We're all looking for answers, you know? Sometimes we want to know the answers so badly that we believe just about anything. I'm not the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard, and Scientology is just a big fat global scam.
This does not go over very well, and all of the Scientologists begin to threaten to sue Stan. This includes Tom Cruise.
We'll
who
sue
finally
you.
made it out of the
Fine,
closet,
sue me.
as Stan adamantly defends himself.
We'll
against
sue
threats.
you.
This is
Oh yeah,
referencing the
fine,
fact
sue
that
me.
Scientology has a very long history of taking legal action against those who have come out
Oh
against
no,
them.
the Scientologists
starting
are mad
lawsuits
at
in
me.
Several different countries over the course of many years.
Elron's
The episode comes to an
fucking,
end with Stan making a final proclamation
Elron's
against the
cronies.
group, and it's pretty clearly meant to be the creators themselves speaking directly to Scientology.
Okay, good. Do it. I'm not
Sue me.
Sue me.
Sue me.
And as the credits roll, they play into the joke even further by refusing to show any of the actual names of the staff who worked on the episode. Instead, they replace every name with Jane or John Smith. And that's where the episode ends. It's one of my favorites. It has hilarious moments and some scathing commentary, but all around it's a pretty typical episode of South Park.
Yep.
And I gotta say, I'm absolutely certain that all parties being referenced acted completely reasonably after this episode. I really doubt that there was any sort of extreme
Son of a
backlash.
bitch, you're not gonna teleport me? Oh my god. So fucking dumb. Fine, just use the instant warp,
Yeah,
it's
we
fine.
probably should have seen this coming.
Fucking
especially since
so
this is the second
annoying.
time I made that joke. As you might imagine, Scientology wasn't exactly happy about their portrayal in this episode. I didn't really get into it in the intro, but I mentioned that before this, Scientology was seen as off-limits in the media. People were scared to talk about them at all. The reason for that is that they have a long history of doing things that are best described as batshit crazy. They're kinda known for going to the most extreme lengths if it ensured that they would get their way, especially if it meant protecting their image. For example, in the podcast, Mark mentions that the group perpetrated the largest infiltration of the US government in history, as thousands of Scientologists were hired into positions in various government organizations and offices in an effort to dispose of unfavorable records about Scientology. Yes, that is real. You can Google it. It's called Operation Snow White. So if they were willing to go that
Good old
far with the
Elron.
US government, you would assume they definitely weren't about to sit
Fucking
by and watch
pederast.
the cartoon expose their best-kept secret to the entire world. So they started digging. You see, Scientologist has a branch known as the Office of Special Affairs, or the OSA, whose job it is to essentially investigate and harass anyone that they deem to be enemies of Scientology. Not only that, according to Mark, they have people whose full-time job it is to scrub through every video about Scientology that exists on the internet and transcribe and summarize them.
And they're printing out and making copies of and transcribing every single video that gets done about Scientology on the internet. Everything.
Which means they are definitely doing that to this video right now. So, hello Scientologists watching this.
I love
You're
you.
doing good. I'm sure
Yep.
that's a very tiring job.
Yep.
So, best of luck to you.
Wow.
So in 2011, former Scientologist Mark Rathburn, who is the third Mark connected to Scientology that we've talked about in this video, uploaded some documents to his blog about Scientology's look into South Park. These documents detailed how the OSA had been in the process of conducting a full-blown investigation into Trey
Barry.
Parker and Matt Stone, discussing potential, quote, direct lines to Matt and Trey through connections such as friends. Quote, one is Matthew Prager, who has been a friend since 1991. Another is John Stamos, who is best friends with Matt Stone. Apparently, his ex-wife, Rebecca Roman, is also good friends with Stone. These documents also detail what they call special collections, or the methods they would use to gather information on Matt and Trey. This included things like going through their trash, purchasing their phone records, hacking airline reservations, and purchasing bank records. According to Mark Headley, they would also do things like get information on the companies catering to South Park Studios, just in case they eventually wanted to get someone to work for those companies to get inside the offices, and they would also do things like write down every license plate in the parking lot and run them to identify the owners of every car. They even went as far as to attempt to hire a film student to act as a spy and get a job at South Park Studios. I'm just going to go ahead and read the whole document for this one because it's short and it is unbelievably funny. A PI met with a young filmmaker who recently graduated college, who was a student of Eric Sherman. The filmmaker recently did an interview with Lloyd Kaufman, a friend of Trey Parker and Matt Stone. He has agreed to assist to establish some comm lines in the South Park Studios and to try and get intelligence on their plans with regard to Scientology. He is going to approach Kaufman to see if Kaufman can get him an introduction to Parker and Stone, and either possibly get a job as an intern there or as a writer. Parentheses, he has seen every episode of South Park. Like, if that's all it takes, Scientology, hook me up, dude. Like, I think I even have a better resume than that guy. So Scientology quite literally did everything that they could in a massive, coordinated effort to dig up something negative about Matt or Trey that they could hurt them with. So, what did this meticulous and exhaustive investigation reveal about Matt Stone, Trey Parker, and anyone else at South Park Studios? Absolutely nothing. Scientology has never released a single piece of information that was negative or embarrassing about any employees at South Park Studios. So unless this investigation was even more extensive than we thought, and it's still going on nearly
Yeah, they're
2
not
years
freaks
later,
like
it's
you.
safe to assume that they
South
just
Park's
didn't
not
find
freaks
anything
like
of
you.
interest. But why were they so
They're
mad
normal
in the
people.
first place?
Not
Why
normal,
is it so
but
important to keep their beliefs
they're
secret?
not
And why
pederasts.
would they go to such extreme lengths to get revenge on two dudes who made a cartoon about them? Well,
And
there's
a
a few
cult.
reasons for that. Firstly, because their religion commands them to. You see, our old friend Elron created a policy for Scientology long ago that he dubbed Fair Game Law, which identified that, quote, any action taken against a suppressive person or group is, quote, fair game. That pretty much means if someone is talking bad about Scientology, it's your job to make sure that they stop. I don't care how you do it, make sure they stop. And despite the fact that Scientologists claim this practice was discontinued decades ago, their actions speak a lot louder than their words. So that explains a lot of their history of aggressively trying to silence their opposition with lawsuits and threats. For example, Mark mentions a case where they tried to sue a whistleblower of the church but ended up having to pay her millions of dollars. As he said, their strategy is always to either threaten you or to bribe you. And let me be clear in saying that Scientology, I'm sure you're not too happy about this video being up and reminding everyone of all the bad stuff you do, but I do have some great news for you. My journalistic integrity can be bought for a lot less than $1 million. I mean, you could just slide me $50K and this video will cease to exist, no questions asked. I'm just saying. But that still doesn't explain why they insisted that their beliefs remain a secret. You know, Xenu and Alien Soul,
They don't
watching
care to.
movies or whatever. Why does it matter that South Park talked about all of that? Well, you see, South Park talking about these confidential beliefs was the single action that would seal Scientology's fate for good. Allow me to explain. As I mentioned earlier, the general public knew very little about Scientology at the time, just like the Scientologists wanted. All the alien stuff had been leaked onto the internet at this point, but only the most niche corners of the internet were aware, and Scientology had done a really good job of silencing anyone who dared to share this information through essentially abusing copyright laws. So basically, no one knew about any of this at the time, and it had received no widespread media coverage. At the same time, 90% of Scientologists knew very little about Scientology. The stuff about Lord Xenu and alien souls, only a tiny number of Scientologists actually knew about any of that stuff. Mark Headley says that he was at the international headquarters of Scientology for 15 years, and he never learned about any of that stuff. He first learned all of that stuff from the South Park episode, and he didn't even believe it at first. He had to confirm it with his wife, who was previously a higher-ranking official in Scientology, and she told him that, yeah, that's exactly what they believe. And the reason that no Scientologists know about this stuff is because in order to learn about it, you have to make it to operating Thetan level 3. OT levels in Scientology function essentially as a video game ranking system that determines how enlightened you are. But unfortunately, you can't climb this ranked ladder by grinding out MMR over time. This game is pay to win, because the only way you're moving up the ladder is with money. And while OT3 may not seem very high, Mark estimates that by the time a Scientologist has reached OT level 3, they have spent upwards of $200,000 on Scientology. Now you may be starting to see why Scientology was pretty upset about this. For the first time ever, the true beliefs of Scientology were shared with the entire world. Even Jenna Miscavige, the niece of David Miscavige, who's the dude who's been the leader of Scientology since the 80s, has talked about how she learned about the Xenu stuff from South Park.
But it did get out. I mean, it eventually
it did, from South Park.
From South Park.
That's where I learned about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
This story that was previously only accessible behind a $200,000 paywall was now completely free public information that everyone knew about. As you would imagine, this would essentially destroy Scientology's entire business model, since they profited off of people who were seeking the truth.
What's better than telling people a stupid story and having them believe you? Having them pay you for it, stupid!
Combine that with the fact that the story itself sounds like, well, a poorly written science fiction novel, and you can pretty much guarantee that anyone that hears about this will never be joining your religion. However, the release of the episode didn't immediately cripple Scientology. You see, they had their own unique form of contingency. According to Mark, in the church, Scientologists were taught that you could not hear anything about higher OT levels until you made it to those levels yourself.
You've been
If you
examined.
did happen to learn about levels that you haven't reached yet, you would get pneumonia and die. So, luckily for Scientology, if any of their members saw any of the stuff in this episode, if they didn't die of pneumonia the next day, then it couldn't be true. Because of this, a lot of the members at the time just thought that it wasn't what Scientologists actually believe. And because the vast majority of these people would never reach OT level 3, it didn't even matter, since they'd never really even know. So while in the short term, it wasn't a massive blow to Scientology, the real way that South Park took down Scientology was by opening the door for others. After South Park ruthlessly went after Scientology and came out completely unscathed, everyone else saw that and thought, huh,
maybe I can do that
Scientology
too.
isn't all that scary. There's nothing they can really do. And from that moment on, Scientology was the laughingstock of religions. No one is afraid to make fun of them anymore, now that they realize that the worst they can do is send some vaguely threatening letters and dig through your trash. Now everyone knows about Scientology's
That's
weird
Elrond.
beliefs about
Yep.
Lord Xenu and his army of alien
was always a
ghosts,
pussy.
and we can all point and laugh at them because of how stupid that is. Most importantly, no one who knows anything about them will join their scam ever again. They have to rely solely on people who live under a rock because the vast majority of the public knows what Scientology is really about. And despite the church's claims of continued growth, some estimates place the total number of Scientologists at less than 10,000 in 2023. A far cry from their numbers long ago. And all of this is the case because South Park wasn't afraid to go after the boogeyman nearly 20 years ago. Even their biggest spokesperson, our boy Tom Cruise, seems to be moving away from the church as rumors spread about him distancing himself. You know, speaking of Tom Cruise, did he ever make it out of that closet? I totally forgot to check up on him.
Go away!
No, it doesn't seem like he came out of the closet yet, but it does seem like he threatened to sue South Park. Reports say that Tom wasn't too happy about his portrayal in this episode, with Matt and Trey wanting to joke about the rumors that Tom Cruise might be secretly gay. When they discussed this idea with their lawyers, they pointed out that Cruise has a history of suing people who had spoken about his sexuality. So, because this is South Park, their loophole was to place Mr. Cruise in an actual closet. Sources close to Tom Cruise claim that he was not happy about this, which is completely shocking because he seemed so convincing when he said this.
I have never worried, Matt, about what other people think and what other people say.
There were rumors that Cruise still threatened to sue South Park, but these were never confirmed. However, it seemed like Tom might be the one to get the last laugh, because only a few months later came the legendary Closet Gate. You see, they had planned to rebroadcast the episode on Comedy Central in March, but suddenly, and without any explanation, the episode was cancelled and replaced with another. Immediately, speculation about Tom Cruise's involvement in the pulling of the episode was seen all over, with anonymous sources claiming that Tom himself had the episode pulled. The narrative was that during his Mission Impossible 3 publicity tour, Cruise had caught wind of the rebroadcast, and he told Paramount, the studio behind Mission Impossible, that he would boycott his own publicity tour if the episode was aired on Comedy Central. Comedy Central was also owned by Paramount, so it made sense that Cruise could do something like this. 2 days later, Matt and Trey would release their own official statements on the matter, which went exactly as you would expect it to.
So, Scientology, you may have won this battle, but the million-year war for Earth has just begun. You have obstructed us for now, but your feeble bid to save humanity will fail.
Fans of the show were not very happy about the situation, as they rushed to spread pirated copies of the episode online to ensure that it wasn't censored. The full episode was even uploaded on YouTube, where it would amass over 700,000 views. When asked about this, Comedy Central even said that they didn't even ask to have it removed, pretty much confirming that they didn't seem to mind this kind of piracy. A couple months later, Matt and Trey even hosted a public screening of the episode in a London theater, handing out free copies of the episode to attendees afterwards. They wanted as many people as possible to see this episode, and more importantly, they didn't want to be defeated by Tom Cruise. It would be months before the episode would be rebroadcasted, but eventually in June of 2006, it was broadcasted for the first time since the initial airing. Now, during all of this, Tom Cruise remained adamant that he had absolutely nothing to do with the pulling of the episode. He would discuss it in an interview on ABC. And even though I couldn't find the video of it, I'm gonna read the quote here, and you can tell me whether you believe it or not. First of all, could you ever imagine sitting down with anyone? I would never sit down with someone and question them on their beliefs. Here's the thing. I'm really not even going to dignify this. I honestly didn't even really know about it. I'm working, making my movie. I've got my family. I'm busy. I don't spend my days going, what are people saying about me? Yeah, whatever you say, Tom. But that pretty much rounds out the Tom Cruise era of South Park controversy, leaving us with only one more thing to talk about. Following the airing of this episode, Isaac Hayes, the voice actor for Chef, would quit from the show. Hayes was a Scientologist.
Your skill
and
has increased.
Shortly after, he published a statement berating the show for being intolerant and bigoted towards religious beliefs. Matt Stone would release his own statement, clapping back at Hayes, calling out the hypocrisy in profiting off of making fun of every other religion, but not being able to take it when it's his
Your
turn.
skill has
The very
increased.
first episode of the following season saw a plot in which Chef would be brainwashed by a cult, leaving all of his friends in South Park behind. Despite their best attempts, the boys are unable to rescue him from the cult, where he suffers an absolutely horrific death. This would be the last of Chef that we would see in South Park. Then, 2 years after his departure from the show, Hayes would pass away from a stroke at the age of 65.
Oh,
The
Isaac
circumstances
Hayes
surrounding
passed
his
away. I
death
forgot
were
about
rather
that.
odd, but
Your
we'll
skill
come back
has
to that
increased.
in a second. Years later, Isaac Hayes' son would come out and state that his father had suffered from a stroke in January of 2006, which left him unable to speak or comprehend much of anything. During this time, everyone around him was involved in Scientology, so while suffering from obvious brain damage, Scientology quit on his behalf. And
Your skill
as it
has
turns
increased.
out, Hayes' son wasn't the first to make this accusation, as journalist Roger Friedman, who was a close friend of Hayes, wrote an article the day after Hayes' death that essentially makes the same claims, as well as some shocking ones that I had somehow never heard of until I started researching for this video. He describes an interaction with Matt Stone shortly after the release of the episode, in which he details Hayes coming to him in tears,
Your skill has
stating
increased.
that he was under pressure from Scientology and that he would be forced to quit if they didn't stop making fun of it. A week later, he was performing Chef songs at a ball, indicating that his relationship with South Park was as strong as ever. But after his stroke, he had been severely mentally and physically impaired, barely
Yeah, he was
recognizing
fucked.
Roger at one of his disastrous shows. And then just a couple months later,
a
came his
stroke.
untimely death. On
Yep.
August 10th, 2008, Isaac Hayes
Untimely.
was found unresponsive in his
I think he
home
was
on the
57 or
ground
something
next to
like
a
that.
running
That's
treadmill.
timely.
The cause of death for Hayes was determined to be another stroke. However, an autopsy was never done. This left a lot more questions.
Your
than
skill has
answers.
increased.
Why would someone who's recovering from a stroke be on a treadmill alone in their house? Why didn't they do an autopsy? The potential answers all seem to point exactly where we expect them to. As Roger Friedman mentions in his article, and as we talked about earlier, Scientology is very much against any kind of psychiatric care or psychotropic drugs, which just so happen to be precisely the kind of drugs that would be routine in helping someone recover from a stroke. Scientologists also believe in a very specific detox treatment that is used to clear any of these potentially dangerous drugs out of your system. This treatment is known as purification rundown, and it consists of spending hours a day in a sauna alongside consistent exercise and a diet that consists of a bunch of different vitamins, including over 300 times the recommended
Your
dose
skill
of
has
niacin.
increased.
So, running back through all this information, we know that Isaac Hayes was recovering from a stroke, likely taking some form of psychotropic meds as part of his treatment. We know that everyone that was
Your skill
consistently
has
present
increased.
in his life at this time was a Scientologist. We know that Scientology hates psychotropic medication and avoids them at all costs. We know their treatment to flush these terrible drugs out of your system involves lots of time spent in a sauna and exercise.
Your skill
And
has
we
increased.
know that Isaac Hayes was found dead next to a running treadmill. Now,
Poor
some
Isaac
may
Hayes.
look
I
at
didn't
this
know it was that
information
bad.
and put
I thought it
pieces
was
of this puzzle
just a
together
stroke.
and say
I
things
thought he
like
had a normal death.
Scientology killed Isaac Hayes, or they're
No,
monsters
no,
who
I don't
tarnished
think
his
so.
legacy and took advantage of him at his lowest moment.
Yeah,
because
I
they
think
couldn't
so.
stand the
Now
fact that he
that's
was friends with
true.
the people who had
That
criticized
is
them.
true.
Or even
Yeah.
they did all of this while actively forcing him to take part in a dangerous pseudoscience treatment that would eventually be the cause of his untimely death.
Your skill has increased.
You know, I personally wouldn't make any accusations like that, but some might. You know, despite all the darkness we've talked about today, I think we can all rest assured that the only trajectory for Scientology from here is down. And if it weren't for South Park back in 2005, that might not be the case. So now, hopefully you all have a better understanding of that time that South Park took down an entire religion. Oh yeah, and don't forget to check out our wonderful sponsor,
Your skill has
War Thunder.
increased.
You can check them out on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox. Use my link in the pinned comment or the video description to register. Remember, if you're new or you haven't played in 6 months, you'll get that massive bonus pack that includes premium vehicles and a bunch of other cool stuff, so go click my link in the description and get started now.
Your skill has increased.
The golden age of real-time strategy is generally...
Thank you, John. I've liked and subbed to your channel. JAUWN.
agreed to have occurred between 1995 and 2002. Beginning with the release of Westwood Studios' Command & Conquer series, the genre would grow from infancy to ubiquity in less than 5 years, and you're likely already familiar with most of these early RTS pioneers, as many of them are still ranked amongst the best-selling games of all time. But this meteoric rise in popularity would soon come to a staggering halt. The 2000s would bring with them an industry-wide shift to 3D graphics, leading to a change in market expectations. In order to remain relevant, RTS games would need to make the awkward leap into the third dimension, often to their detriment. While the idea of commanding an army from a 3D bird's-eye view sounds great on paper, it's not as smooth in execution. Disorienting camera angles, low-poly graphics, and increased performance requirements were just a few of the hurdles that RTS games would have to overcome. By 2006, interest in the genre would reach its lowest point in years. Coinciding with the release of the 7th generation of consoles, gamers had become enthralled by the high-octane instant gratification brought by titles such as Call of Duty or Halo. The titan that once was the real-time strategy game would then settle into its current state as a niche genre, never again seeing the popularity it once knew. This isn't to say that real-time strategy games died off entirely, of course. It was just far more difficult for a newcomer to enter the market. The original StarCraft was nearly 10 years old at this point, yet it was still as popular as ever. If a developer wanted to make a commercially successful RTS in the mid-2000s, they were in for a tough battle. Still to this day, the textbook RTS game follows a rather standard gameplay format, first introduced in 1992 with Dune 2. Collect resources, build a base, train an army, and use your forces to overpower your opponents. This general adherence to a formula allows for players to easily pick up and play new RTS games without a significant learning curve. But for developers, these expectations pose a significant barrier to innovation, and in a genre as refined as real-time strategy, it's even harder to come up with a completely original idea. But in September 2006, a newcomer would attempt to break into the competitive RTS market, Paraworld. It's an RTS with dinosaurs. It's fully 3D, features impressive motion capture animation, a 20-plus hour campaign, and well over 100 different units and buildings. And for fans of accurate depictions of Jurassic Titans, Paraworld doesn't disappoint. The game boasts an impressive collection of 50 prehistoric reptiles, mammals, and fish. This would have been right up my alley as a kid, if only I had known it existed. Instead, Paraworld is an almost entirely forgotten relic of a transitional period in gaming. To date, it has received no re-releases, remasters, or remakes. Paraworld was what can be bluntly described as a commercial failure. Despite receiving mostly positive reviews from critics, the game would fail to recoup its hefty development costs, leading to developer SEK's bankruptcy. Yes, the same SEK that made Diggles. Paraworld is the second and final game released by the Berlin-based studio, and their similarities are striking. Throughout this review, I'll make a few references and comparisons to Diggles, although none of them are particularly important. Nonetheless, I recommend you watch that review prior to this one. It'll help provide a bit of insight into the curious minds of the folks at SEK. Plus, it's a pretty good video. Paraworld is no longer available for sale on any digital platform. The current publishing rights likely lie in the hands of Ubisoft through their acquisition of the game's original publisher, Sunflowers. This means that Paraworld is what we like to call abandonware. Because of this, obtaining a copy of the game may be difficult. Should you manage to get your hands on one, you'll find yourself dealing with the usual compatibility issues found with older PC titles. Thankfully, someone else has done all the work creating a patch for the game, and after a bit of tweaking, it runs surprisingly well. So, without any further ado, follow along as we dive back into the exciting world of obscure German video games.
Your skill has increased.
Paraworld begins rather unceremoniously, thrusting us directly into a cutscene with essentially zero context.
Your skill has increased.
3 characters are gathered around a desk, sharing some concerning findings from their scientific research. Apparently, new dinosaur fossils have been unearthed, and somehow they're only about 70 years old. This can only mean one thing: dinosaurs are not actually extinct. But this gentleman with a cigar is already well aware of these findings. Hinting that he might have an ulterior motive, he offers the scientists a taste of the truth behind the fossils via an all-expenses-paid trip to an unknown destination. We are then formally introduced to 3 of the game's main characters: Anthony Cole, the macho man geologist; Stina Holmland, the compassionate, level-headed biologist;
Your skill has
and
increased.
Bella Benedict, the boy wonder physicist. Ushered by the mysterious Ada Lovin, the gang is then launched out of a plane into a fog shroud, landing on an island known as Viking Park. Here, the game's tutorial begins. Paraworld is your archetypal real-time strategy experience, for better or worse. While the interface and control scheme should be immediately familiar to fans of real-time strategy games, this in-depth tutorial on Viking Park serves as a thorough introduction to newcomers. Being a fully 3D game, you have the ability to rotate, zoom, and pan the camera with complete freedom. This allows you to both get a clear line of sight on
Your
units
skill
that
has
might be
increased.
obscured, while also providing a nice cinematic angle for large battles. But there's a reason why 3D RTS games are often criticized. It's easy to get disoriented. Rotating the camera
Your
also
skill has
rotates the map
increased.
in the bottom right corner, changing your perspective of the battlefield entirely. North is now south, and vice versa. But since you're never really required to spin the camera, I guess this isn't really a big deal. Following the guiding words of the mentor, we are then instructed to select and move our hero characters to a variety of points marked on our map. After fending off an attacking feral cat, we're joined by our first workers, the classic expendable peons awaiting our every order. Workers can be used to construct buildings, such as town centers, resource drop-off points, or barracks. Each of these comes with a resource cost, drawing from one of the game's 4 pools: stone, wood, food, or skulls. The first 3 of these can be found on nodes distributed around the map, while the skulls are only rewarded from successful combat. Town center constructed, we can now train additional workers to hasten our resource collection. Quickly enough, you'll find that resources are quite limited. This leads to an inevitable requirement to either expand or move your base to new nodes. These nodes never respawn, meaning that all resources are finite. If you've ever played Age of Empires, you'll be immensely familiar with this gameplay loop, almost too familiar. Continuing along the linear path, we eventually encounter a scripted moment, showcasing the death of one of our heroes. Luckily for us, this isn't a big deal, as according to the lore, heroes can't die. Instead, they're simply returned to a building called the Tavern, where you can rehire them at a cost. Heroes are powerful units with access to bonus abilities, which allow them to deal massive damage, heal allies, or provide passive buffs to other nearby combat units. Many of the game's missions will require that all heroes survive until the end, which will turn out to be one of the most annoying aspects of this game. Combat units are, unsurprisingly, produced at the barracks. After training a handful of warriors, Paraworld's distinct unit management system is explained to us. Known as the Army Controller, this interface panel on the left displays all of your active units, as well as their current health and level. As shown in the different rows on the Army Controller, all units are assigned a level from 1 through 5. Units are created at a specific level depending on their type. For example, archers always start at level 2, but siege tanks begin at level 3. You can click on the level up button at any point to spend skulls and promote a unit. This moves them up 1 level, increasing their health, damage, and sometimes unlocking new abilities. Additionally, when a unit is promoted, they are instantly restored to full health. This allows for a bit of skill expression via micromanagement, where you promote a unit seconds before
Your
they
skill
die,
has
saving
increased.
them. In order to promote a unit, there must be an empty space on the following tier of the Army Controller. Indicated by the blank squares, the unit count is limited to 25 at the first level, 15 at the second, then 8, 3, and finally 1 max level unit, for a total of 52 units. This increasingly restrictive limit requires you to think carefully before promoting
Your
a
skill
unit,
has
as once
increased.
promoted, they can never move back down. It also means that you're inevitably going to have to delete some units. If you promoted an archer to level 4 because you wanted to heal them, then you can't create a T-Rex, since that requires an empty level 4 space. It's a nice little twist on the concept of army management, but the execution is hampered by the rather small unit count of 52. Considering that even worker units contribute to that 52 unit limit, an endgame army is really only about 30 units strong. Complaints aside, the Army Controller is probably the
Your
single
skill
most
has
innovative
increased.
concept introduced by Paraworld. The ability to quickly check the health and status of all your units makes micromanagement a breeze. But aside from this Army Controller,
Your
Paraworld
skill
is
has
hardly any
increased.
different from its RTS predecessors. An oversimplified yet accurate label for Paraworld would be Age of Empires but with dinosaurs. The remainder of this tutorial has us building a dock and testing out water units, ending with a brief battle against some barbarians. While this tutorial is technically optional, it does contain the entire introduction to the game's story. Skipping it will only add to your inevitable narrative confusion. The story of Paraworld is primarily delivered through the game's more than 40 pre-rendered cutscenes, which appear before, after, and during each of the game's 16 campaign levels. Additionally, each loading screen features an excerpt from one of the main character's journals, helping to add some exposition for the ensuing missions. Sometimes.
The Holy City. Kind of a Paraworld mix of Washington and Switzerland. They don't have wars here. Instead, they got shops everywhere.
Concluding this tutorial, Bella, Stina, Cole, and Ada save Viking Park from the attacking barbarians. In the post-mission cutscene, a man named David Layton appears and instructs Ada to leave the island immediately.
Incoming Tal.
Anthony, wake up.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, Ada. I thought you'd never ask.
We have to get out of here.
I don't know, baby. This is all happening so
Your skill has increased.
Our heroes then set sail for an unknown destination, only to find themselves caught in a violent storm. The ship is then destroyed, and Cole washes up on the shore, confused and separated from his allies. If you'd skip the tutorial, this is where the game would begin. At a first glance,
your skill has increased.
Is visually impressive. The game carries a distinct aesthetic and style that is immediately recognizable as the work of SEK. The use of a bright, varied color palette and hand-painted textures is emblematic of early 2000s art styles, and while it was never cutting edge, it remains pleasant even with age. Unfortunately, this cohesive style occasionally leads to a reduction in visual
your
clarity,
skill has increased.
as units and buildings often blend into the background. And speaking of visual clarity, I can already tell that this video is going to get destroyed by YouTube's compression, since these textures have a lot of really small
Your skill
details.
has increased.
Although the textures are rather high resolution, the same can't be said for the models. Geometry is kept rather simple, and the low poly models are definitely noticeable from a distance.
Tal. Your skill
In
has
general,
increased.
The graphics are mediocre for a game released in 2006, but it can be forgiven due to the fact that SEK was essentially an indie developer. The game maintains a consistency in art style between both the pre-rendered cutscenes and gameplay, which sometimes results in graphical anomalies being present in these heavily compressed video files. The rigging and animation here is stellar, thanks to the use of motion capture technology. This blend of realistic animation and low poly models results in the game having a really unique aesthetic. It hasn't aged all that well, and it wasn't exactly jaw-dropping
Your skill has
at the time,
increased.
but it's distinct, and I like it. It's no secret that SEK was a group of seriously creative folks who weren't afraid to let their imaginations take the lead.
Your skill has
Diggles
increased.
had a bizarre yet charming presentation that left players constantly wondering what they would see next. In that aspect, Paraworld is no disappointment, and in fact, it dwarfs Diggles in comparison. There are well over 100 different units and buildings between the game's 3 playable factions, with each one having a distinct theme. The Viking-inspired Norsemen, the desert-dwelling Dust Riders, and the Asian-influenced Dragon Clan. Paraworld represents a parallel world in which dinosaurs and prehistoric mammals didn't go extinct, and instead they live and work side by side with humans. It's also mentioned quite a few times that electricity doesn't exist in this world, which requires all mechanical creations to operate on a series of hand-powered cranks and pulleys. It's a pretty powerful theme, and the game utilizes it to the fullest extent all throughout, with each faction having a preference for different unit types. Despite the rather unimpressive unit cap of 52, a late-game army is still quite menacing. The colossal dinosaur units lumber across the battleground, knocking infantry aside and trampling trees like twigs. The sense of scale is phenomenal, and the attention to detail is fantastic. There are even special animations for units getting trained. For example, warriors can be seen hitting a punching bag in the barracks while they're being produced. It's such a minuscule and really easily overlooked detail, but it just shows how much SEK cared about creating a believable and realistic world. Buildings can only be placed in specific locations, as indicated by the green circles on the ground. This leads to some occasionally restrictive construction constraints, as buildings can't be placed within a certain radius of others. You can also rotate buildings by holding shift before placing them, but it has little effect on their overall footprint. Naturally, this leads to bases being rather spread out, increasing travel time for workers. Throughout the game's 16 campaign missions, players will travel through 5 different biomes, each with unique flora, fauna, and terrain features. Wild animals range from peaceful elk to ferocious velociraptors, and they serve as not only threats, but an additional source of food aside from the usual berry bushes. Resources are marked on the minimap by squares of differing sizes, which are unfortunately never explained. I think that the biggest squares are stone and the smallest ones are food, but the trees aren't marked anywhere on the map. This is because trees don't need to be harvested from specific nodes like food or stone. Instead, just about any tree on the map is able to be cut down and used for resources. Lush forests will be stripped bare to feed the war machine, permanently changing the landscape of the map and opening up new pathways. Cool, but not exactly innovative for
Incoming
2006. Company of Heroes released only 3 days prior to this game, and it had fully destructible buildings and terrain, which allowed you to create and destroy
Your skill
cover
has
at will.
increased.
All things considered, the most impressive visual aspect of Paraworld is its dynamic lighting and time of day system. Throughout the length of a single campaign mission, the sun will move throughout the sky, affecting the overall brightness and real-time shadows cast by each unit and building. Shadows of this caliber were rather uncommon for the time, primarily due to the significant performance impact. I can't help but wonder if this lighting system is one of the reasons the unit cap is only 52, but nonetheless, the shadows make a huge difference, as long as they're not glitching out. Looking past Paraworld's visuals, it's impossible to miss the game's impressive audio presentation. Every single character and cutscene is fully voiced by industry veterans. While most of it is rather
Incoming tell.
campy and tongue-in-cheek, at no point can it be considered bad. This is especially impressive when you consider that this is the translation. The original game is in German. Each unit has a few different voice lines that play when selected, with some hidden Easter egg lines that only occur when you spam commands or click on them repeatedly.
Ever heard about the maximum legal work period? And just what do you think the
Your skill
union
has
will have to
increased.
say about this, huh?
These lines are rather limited, with most units only having a couple to choose from. As with almost any RTS game, this can get annoying
Your
quickly,
skill has
but these
increased.
quips can be disabled with a simple checkbox in the settings menu. With the game's cutscenes being
Incoming
fully
tell.
pre-rendered, there's no way to modify the volume of them. Disappointing, since in many cases the audio mixing in the cutscenes is borderline horrendous. The soundtrack drowns out voices almost entirely.
Why hasn't anyone done anything about these pirates? Funny you should ask. Looking at you the same.
And for some reason, the subtitles aren't always consistent. They appear and disappear at random.
What is this world in which we now find ourselves?
And what mysterious
But war is loud, and Paraworld poses no exception. The bellowing roar of dinosaurs echo throughout the battlefield, overlapping a constant clashing of steel and thundering footsteps. The audio mixing for in-game sound effects is actually phenomenal, and it required no tweaking of my own to make an enjoyable experience. Well, there is one exception.
Incoming tell.
The music is
Your
very
skill
loud
has
by
increased.
default. And speaking of the game's soundtrack, it's just plain epic. Almost too epic. Paraworld is a game that doesn't take itself very seriously, and it shows just about every time a character opens their mouth. Considering the game's flippant tone,
Incoming
the
tell.
driving orchestral soundtrack borders on comical at times. In my opinion, this soundtrack was a step backwards from that of Diggle's. That game featured ambient noises and elemental percussion that were a great fit, with recurring motifs and melodies specific to each biome. But Paraworld's soundtrack isn't bad by any means. It's just too much. It feels like you could pick it up and plop it on just about any other fantasy game and it would fit in just fine. This noticeable difference is likely due to the soundtrack for Paraworld being
Incoming tell.
outsourced to a professional composer and orchestra, as opposed to being done fully in-house like with Diggle's. Music is one of the most important parts of creating a timeless and memorable video game, and this generic orchestral score just didn't do it for me. An interesting trend I noticed throughout my time playing Paraworld is that the audio seems to have
Your
a
skill has
varying level
increased.
of compression, with some clips being a noticeably lower quality than others.
At the end of Valhalla lies the fountain of providence. All who drink of it are released from their pain and suffering forever.
Pretty mystical.
I can only assume that this was done in order to ensure the game would fit on a single DVD-ROM. But that's enough of an overview for now. We've got worlds more ahead of us. Adrift on an unknown shore, our lone hero Anthony Cole reveals that he somehow has no idea what a dinosaur is.
What the hell kind of animal is that?
Guided by some heavy hand-holding from the disembodied voice known as Mentor,
What kind of animal is that?
to rescue our friends and destroy the barbarian encampment. Campaign missions in Paraworld are rather formulaic. Mission objectives are presented one by one, and there's usually only one way to complete each one. And frankly, this
Your
freedom
skill
of
has
choice
increased.
really just boils down to choosing where to build your base and which units to create, except for the handful of missions where you can't
Which
do
is
either
good.
of those things. Within about 15 minutes, you'll have yourself a decently sized base and a reunified group. Cole, Stina, and Bella are 3 of the game's hero units, and in most missions, their presence is required to further the story. Each carries with them a specific buff, increasing the strength of
Your
allied
skill
units
has
of a certain
increased.
type. Bella, for example, enhances archer units, and Stina empowers your animals. Additionally, heroes gain access to a powerful active ability at level 3, although the use of these abilities isn't as mandatory
Your
as you
skill
might
has
think.
increased.
After gathering a sizable army, rally your forces and strike at the heart of the barbarian base, marking the completion of the game's first real mission.
Now if we could only figure out where on Earth we are.
We're not on planet Earth.
Your skill has increased.
We're not on planet Earth.
Maybe the dinosaurs never existed in earlier times, you know? Maybe they live here, simple as that.
Your skill has
And the
increased.
skeletal remains?
Are from animals that somehow managed to make it into our world.
And just how the hell do you think that happened?
In Parallel, dinosaurs never existed in the past. Instead, they always existed
Some
in
of this is
parallel
very
worlds.
funny.
The origin
It's
of
just
the
how the hell
game
did you
and
think
title.
that happened? It's like South Park. It's almost like Randy. It's almost Randy. How the hell did you think that happened?
It is he.
Oh my god, this shit is so corny.
After encountering the mysterious druid, he explains to us that a tribe called the
Your
Dust
skill
Riders
has
have
increased.
been killing the sacred holy mammoths. In exchange for our assistance in fending off the Dust Riders, the druid promises to aid our heroes on their quest. Paraworld's story takes a while to find its footing. Nothing really makes sense for the first few missions, as you're missing a whole lot of context. Actually, even when you have that context,
Your skill has
things
increased.
still don't make too much sense, as the story jumps around and changes directions quite a bit. Nonetheless, inside of the game's hefty instruction manual lives some much-needed background story, which is never explained within the game. At the beginning of the 19th century, a group of elite scientists led by Jarvis Babbitt embarks on a search for a long-suspected parallel world. After decades of work, Babbitt succeeds in locating the long-lost warp gates, which serve as doors connecting the two worlds. This forgotten parallel world is inhabited by warring tribes, dinosaurs, and other prehistoric creatures.
Your skill
But this
has
is more
increased.
than just a novelty. Paraworld serves as an important source of scientific discovery. Aside from having a different set of thermodynamic laws, Paraworld has the interesting effect of completely pausing the process of aging for visitors. Under the guidance of Babbitt and General David Layton, this group would come to be known as the Society of the Exact Alternative Sciences,
Your skill has
or
increased.
SEAS for short. They would then send multiple expeditions to Paraworld over the past hundreds of years, although it's never explained exactly what they intended to research there. All that matters is that Babbitt and General Layton are the bad guys, and Bella, Cole, Stina, and Ada are the good guys. You got it?
Your skill has
Opinions about
increased.
this game's story are varied. Some think it's great, while others find it laughable. It doesn't help that nearly every cutscene is filled to the brim with corny jokes and sexual innuendos, but that's beside the point. Personally, I found the story to be rather enjoyable,
skill has
primarily
increased.
thanks to the distinct personalities of the main characters. Yeah, it's a bit disorganized, unpolished, and cliche, but hey, it's not trying to be God of War. The second
Your
mission
skill has
lays the
increased.
foundation for the rest of the game's gameplay structure. Starting with just a few workers and the heroes, it's up to you to build your base up using nearby resources. Operating Paraworld takes a bit of time to get used to, more so if you have muscle memory from StarCraft or Age of Empires. The game is nearly identical to both of these titles, but the hotkeys are quite different, and they can't be rebound. For example, to build a house and raise the unit cap, you press W to select an idle worker, then Q, and then 1. It's definitely not the worst layout by any means, but since there's no way to change the bindings, you're going to have to spend some time readjusting. Continuing with these comparisons to Age of Empires, Paraworld uses a functionally identical age system, except they're called epochs instead of ages.
Your
to
skill
progress
has
your town center
increased.
to the next age, you must collect a hefty amount of each resource, then purchase the upgrade and wait for a little bit. You also can't age up until you've built 2 buildings from
Your
your
skill
current
has
age.
increased.
Once you've progressed to the next epoch, you'll gain access to additional buildings and units. There are 5 epochs in total. Basically, if you've played Age of Empires, you've played Paraworld. And on top of the similar mechanics for resource collection, aging up, and unit caps, even the combat mimics Age's tactical rock, paper, scissors. Spearmen are strong against animals, warriors are strong against spearmen, archers are strong against warriors, and so on. Everything has a specific counter, and each faction has access to units of each type. This similarity was part of the reason for Paraworld's commercial failure. The game had little to offer when compared to the mature and tremendously popular Age of Empires series. Paraworld may have dinosaurs, but RTS games live and die by their multiplayer communities, and since the game didn't sell that well, the multiplayer never caught on, further reducing the game's
Your skill has
longevity.
increased.
But in a downgrade from Age of Empires, in Paraworld, there's no way to queue up actions for your units by shift-clicking. You can queue up movement to make someone walk in a circle, for example, but you can't command someone to build a farm after they've finished a wall. This deficiency is partially mitigated by the game's smart worker units. If an idle worker is close to an unfinished building, they will run over and assist in the construction. Moreover, if a berry bush or a group of trees is depleted, the workers assigned to that task look for other nearby bushes or tree lines, and then automatically continue collecting resources. I thought that this lack of a proper action queue would be far more detrimental, but for the most part, the smart worker system was sufficient. Returning to our active mission, after freeing the Holy Mammoths, the Archdruid gives us one final task: hunt down and destroy all of the Ice Riders on the island. Each campaign mission contains a mix of primary and
I was gonna say something
objectives.
really bad.
Primary
I was gonna
objectives,
say
as
something
you
really
can
bad
assume,
and I
are
didn't
the
do it.
only ones that you must complete to proceed to the next mission. Side quests, on the other hand, may award you with relics that buff your units or additional resources. Both types of objectives reward you with points, increasing your score at the end of the mission. This might not seem important at first, but your score within each level is actually carried over into the next mission. You can spend these score points
Your skill
to begin
has
the next
increased.
mission with additional workers, infantry, or even an extra hero. But even with this benefit, I still didn't bother to do any side quests. I already learned my lesson with Diggles. That game took me over 30 hours to beat, and
Digglers?
Paraworld shares
30
a
hours.
similarly slow pace. While not as egregious as Diggles, Paraworld
Diggles.
is still an awfully slow game. Gigantic maps mixed with sluggish walk speeds, high production times, and units with a whole lot of health means that there's going to be a decent bit of waiting around. But I didn't find the slow pace to be a serious detriment to my enjoyment. Paraworld's speed, or lack
Your
thereof,
skill has
adds
increased.
quite a few hours to the runtime of the game. Pretty much every campaign mission, besides the first two, will require at a minimum an hour to finish, and that's before completing any side quests. With 16 campaign levels in the base game,
Your skill
it took
has
me
increased.
a bit over 23 hours to beat all of them, and that's with only having to retry 2 missions. This is why I chose to play the game on easy difficulty. Even then, the game is still pretty challenging. You'll need to approach each mission with a clear plan and avoid wasting
Your skill
resources.
has increased.
It's easy to become overwhelmed, so don't feel afraid to start a mission over if things aren't going well, otherwise you could waste well over an hour. Higher difficulty levels mean that you'll need to build bigger defenses, which means that you can't attack until later, which means that beating the game is going to take you a lot longer. Now that the Holy Mammoths are saved and the Dust Riders exterminated, the Archdruid agrees to help
Your
our
skill
heroes
has
secure
increased.
a safe passage to return to their homeworld.
I can feel peace returning to the sacred grove.
Are you sure about that? That doesn't look too peaceful to me. On to the next mission, Amazon Island.
Finally, some people who know a sensational offer when they see one. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Larry, and I'm the president of the world's largest association of independent traders. My brother Harry was against it, but my brother Barry and I outvoted him.
You were talking
Harry and Barry outvoted out Jerry. Damn Jerry and Barry.
It's not a big
Fucking Barry and Jerry.
My brother Barry has been captured
Fucking
by a
brother
bunch of
Barry.
Amazons, and I want you guys
Your skill has increased.
Amazons.
In just 3 missions, Paraworld makes it clear that it's not
Fucking
intended to
Barry.
be taken seriously. Once arriving at the mission's titular destination, our
Barry
hero
and
encounters
Jerry?
a rather curious
Was that
character.
literally what that
Right on
quest
his boat, In
was?
exchange for the location of his lost brother, the man called Trader will fly around the map revealing artifacts.
That looks like one of our family heirlooms down there. My brother must have lost it.
Artifacts are items that can be found in most of the game's missions, and when played by a combat unit, they're equipped to provide a unique buff to your entire army. Some examples include increased range damage or additional melee armor. Units carrying an artifact glow, and when they're defeated, the artifact is dropped for anyone to grab. With how difficult this game eventually gets, you're going to want to take the time to search for as many artifacts as possible before making the final strike on the enemy base. These buffs make a huge difference.
Barry
But the
versus
training
Gary,
wheels are
though.
off, and Mission 3 is your first opportunity to play a full game of Paraworld without overbearing guidance. There's also an introduction to what the gameplay will look like for the next 20 hours.
Yo, sweet fortress those Amazon babes have built.
I don't think
Those Amazon babes are built. Sweet Fortress, those Amazon babes are built.
Most missions feature
Fucking toxic. Toxic as hell. Sweet Fortress, those Amazon babes are built. Yeah, it's to keep you rapists the fuck out of their tribe. Yeah, like those Amazon women, those Amazonian women. That, like, man, they build a big wall.
Typically, there aren't nearly enough resources in your initial spawn to sustain progression past the third epoch. Therefore, you'll need to establish secondary bases and outposts on other parts of the often sprawling maps. This parallels the gameplay of Diggles, which also had a prominent focus on relocating your base. Unfortunately for Paraworld, the maximum unit count of 52 makes maintaining a defense for multiple bases difficult.
Your skill has increased.
You'll just want to spam as many arrow towers and walls as possible. Even though defensive fortifications don't add to your unit count, they're really expensive. This means that you'll need more resources, which means that you'll be sitting in your base for even longer. In this mission, it took me about 43 minutes before I had a strong enough base to even consider starting a first attack. Non-player enemy units in Paraworld missions are required to play by the rules of the game. Just like the player, the NPCs must abide by resource requirements, building costs, and unit caps. When pushing forward into the enemy territory, make sure to take the time to fully destroy every single unit and building and each outpost. Otherwise, as soon as you've moved on to the next one, the old base will have been rebuilt and you'll be sandwiched. Buildings have a ton of health and take a while to destroy, even with siege units. This leads to more waiting around. Finally, after about an hour of slowly pushing into enemy territory, I'm able to strike at the heart of the Amazons, freeing the trader's brother and completing the primary objective. In addition to holding Barry hostage, the Amazonians seem to have kept a group of Dust Riders, who decide to join our heroes for the rest of their journey. Wait a minute, I thought that these were the bad guys. Now they're joining us? Yeah, whatever. After a brief blimp ride, our trio is suddenly struck by an unexpected volcanic eruption triggered by the dastardly seas.
Paraworld. I kind of want to play Paraworld. This actually seems funny.
Joined by our new allies, the Dust
Riders, it actually seems kind of like a good game, maybe.
Three playable factions.
Paraworld.
In contrast to the rather stationary
Paraworld.
The Dust Riders have a unique town center unit, a dinosaur pulling a cart. This building is a fully mobile resource drop-off.
Your skill has increased.
It allows for you to constantly move your base closer to the objective without having to abandon your previous one. In addition to the mobile town center, all Dust Rider infantry units can construct and repair buildings, not just the workers. Focusing primarily on dinosaur units, the Dust Riders quickly became my favorite faction. For each of these dinosaurs, there are multiple configurations to choose from. For example, the Ankylosaurus could either be a melee or ranged siege unit, and if you choose to make the Ankylo catapult, then you can either load it with globs of poison or a handful of angry velociraptors. The Dust Riders also have the most overpowered unit, the towering Brachiosaurus. This beast can be either used as a mobile town center, a transport unit that you can fill with archers, a tremendously long-range siege weapon, or an extremely fast resource collector. The pure variety here is staggering, although unfortunately, I always felt like there was a clear winner. The Brachio catapults outrange practically every unit in the game, so obviously I'm just going to spam a bunch of those. But due to the army controller mechanic, you're limited to a maximum of 8, since the Brachiosaurus has a minimum level of 3. But just as we secure a small foothold, our team falls victim to a surprise attack from the seas, crossing through a newly active warp gate. These guys are far more powerful than any of our units. They get flamethrowers and machine guns. Luckily, my front line consists of Stegosaurus tanks, which do a great job soaking damage. With the portal closed, we can continue forward into the barbarian encampment. But just as the camp is overthrown, a horn sounds, signaling the end of the war. The Dust Riders are an honorable folk, after all, and they would never attack a retreating enemy. Called to return to their holy city, the Dust Riders are followed by the trio, who think that the clan elders might know a way to open a gate and return to Earth. And not only 2 missions after having the training wheels removed, they're quickly reapplied for the game's 5th mission. There are no resources anywhere on this map, meaning that you can't construct new buildings or train units. Instead, you're stuck with whatever army you purchased with the points earned from the last mission. The ensuing 30 minutes involve commanding your units to proceed along an entirely linear path through the city. killing everything in sight. Since you can't get any more units, the only actual skill or strategy required in this mission is microing your army to kite the enemy a bit. It's pretty boring, and this sudden change really struck a negative chord with me. I was just getting a hang of the game mechanics and the freedom of building my own army, and now that's all taken away. Anyway, once the city's been cleared of all pirates, a few managed to escape with hostages. So much for meeting with the elders. We've got a new mission. In a change of perspective, we see Ada being suspended from the seas and locked in prison for refusing to obey Babbitt's orders. The seas mustn't allow the trio to escape from Paraworld, otherwise they'll expose the truth of the organization's exploitation of the natives. Arriving on the home island of the pirates, the following mission places a focus on naval combat. Seafaring in Paraworld isn't all that different from land combat. The only issue I found with it was when constructing a harbor. This building must be built on a shoreline, but due to the rather finicky building placement system, you're really limited as to where and how many harbors you can construct. Luckily for us, the Dust Riders harbor building can be freely moved, similar to their town center, pretty much negating this issue. This mission legitimately took me 2 hours to complete. The first hour was spent building an impenetrable fortress, and the second hour was used to create and transport all my siege units across the ocean. It's a requirement that you save the game often, because if I had failed this attack, then I'd have had no resources to try again, necessitating a restart. This is a very time-consuming game. Nowadays, I rarely find myself with 2 uninterrupted hours to commit to video game. But even then, there's something undeniably relaxing about playing a game like this. No need
I
to
didn't
worry
like
about
what he just said. I didn't like it. I'm gonna change it. You didn't want to go, huh? Okay.
optimizing a build.
I want to hear some good music. Let's do Low Chobri.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
Let's do some Onari Plains. Onari Plains. Onari Plains. I'm sorry. Onari.
Your skill has increased.
I love this shit. This shit's so good. Yeah.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
I love this song.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
Dun, dun, da, 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 da.
Your skill has increased.
I love this song. This song's really good. I was very surprised that they had this quality of music on Baldur's Gate 3. And I was very happy with the soundtrack. I felt it made the purchase worth the money. Because the isometric really bothers me. But I mean, it was 3D. It was clunky, but it was 3D. I can't wait until they break the boundary on that. They step with Baldur's Gate fucking 4. It's gonna be fucking amazing, I think.
Your skill has increased.
God damn, 109. 54. My ninja sucks. Dead. 158.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, 4 levels, bitch. 24. Got to get up to 37. But I mean, this was some of the progress out of the way. I'm going directly into Fortnite. This was far too slow. I'm antsy, and I want more. I want more action than this, and I'm gonna pop into Fortnite right now. This was fun. I loved it, but like, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna kill someone. Yeah, and we're done here. Yeah, I'm done here. I'm done. I got fucking... My ninja was 18 when I logged in today. I'm 24. That's a good, serious... Like, you know, that's a serious fucking improvement to my Final Fantasy 11 players. Thank you for hanging around with me and watching me level, and I love you guys. I'm going to switch over here to the Fortnites and the EVE Onlines. Gonna do some gambling. I'm looking for BPOs. You got any more of those? BPOs. More of those. Can we add a filter of BPO? Yeah, BPO? No. No, not bomb. Why did you say bomb? I want a BPO. No, just... Oh, really? Blueprints. How about blueprints? Yeah. Blueprint for... yeah, those are good. Yeah. What about, well, there's a lot of this stuff. Category blueprint, right? And we'll just start looking for... Oops, wait, back out. And we'll start looking for, BPOs. I guess not. Okay, well, I'm learning anyways. So... Now, I am getting on Fortnite, and I wish to play the music, but you paused it for some reason. What happened there? Did you just stop the video, or what? There we go. Sorry, guys, gotta go pee. I'll be right back, and then I got Fortnite loading. Very good. Gonna change my title on my phone. Oh, I didn't change my title. Son of a bitch. I got in too fast. Sorry, I texted my friends instead of changing. I just started texting instead of fucking changing my title. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're not doing FFXI anymore. We're gonna do Fortnite. Here we go. Fortnite ZB. CB save. Fortnite CB save. There we go. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Woo! Big blue banana! Psycho banana! I'm gonna chop you up! Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm Psycho Banana. I'm Psycho Banana. I'm here to shoot you. Psycho Banana's here to fucking shoot you, asshole. I see you in there. I'm gonna shoot you. Ooh! God damn it. I gotta get this pistol out. Motherfucker. The fuck are you? What was that? Woo! Woo! Spicy! Psycho Banana wins again! Psycho Banana! Psycho Banana! I feel like I should take a really long time deciding all this stuff right here. Yeah, like, it seems like I can probably just stand here and think about this for a while. I mean, I could take an SMG. I could take a DMR. I could take a Klinger. I could watch that jackass bot fire his gun for 4.5 minutes. Alright. Down, down, down by her vagina. Down, down, down by her vagina. Shut up, butt. I'll shoot you, butt. Oh my god, I fucking missed. God damn it, how did I miss? God damn it. How did I miss? I didn't miss. I didn't miss. So I had to put 2 bullets in him. I didn't miss. I didn't miss. I didn't miss. It's so peaceful down, down by her vagina. This music's so happy. makes me not even really want to be a Psycho Banana anymore. Maybe I'll just, like, you know, I'll retire. I'll hang up my Psycho Banana AK, buy my Psycho Banana hat by the front door, and I'll just chill out to this peaceful music and not be a Psycho Banana anymore. Ooh, a motorcycle ad to the Psycho Banana factor. Psycho Banana has a motorcycle now. What's that gonna do to the mix? Psycho Banana sees targets. Psycho Banana wants targets. Oh my god. Damn it, that was so dumb. Whatever. I see you. Psycho Banana's coming. Psycho Banana will respond. Psycho Banana's gonna park up on ya. Yep, like this. Watch. Get off. We're gonna crouch and we're gonna say... God damn it. God damn it. God damn it, you're annoying. Where's the other jackass? Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Where's the other one? Oh my god. You best run, bitch! Yeah, you best run! I'll fucking cap your ass. I'll cap your ass, yep. Fucking bitch, I'm coming for you. Swiggity swooty! Psycho Banana's coming! Psycho Banana says hi! Oh, where'd he go? Wait, what? Oh, no Psycho Banana anymore. Well, Psycho Banana can't be Psycho Banana if there's no Psycho Banana targets. Damn it. Oh, on his head. Down, 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 down by her vagina. Psycho Banana sees target. Psycho Banana sees good target. Psycho Banana's reloading. Psycho Banana will... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck me. That's not good. Get me the fuck out of here. Get me out of here. Yep, bye. Bye. Yeah, Psycho Banana's not really down with the turn of events anymore. And he's leaving. Bye. Oh, my God. Yeah, I got out. Yeah, I got out of that. Yep. Yep. He's like, how is he still on the motorcycle? I don't know, but Psycho Banana rides! Ride, Psycho Banana! Ride! 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 Ride, Psycho Banana! Fuck this shit! Fuck this guy! Ah! Fuck this guy! Psycho Banana rides! Run, Psycho Banana, run! Fuck this guy, I want him now. Fuck this guy, fuck this guy. Fucking asshole. Oh! Oh! Ah! So I did 140 to you, but you seem to have 170 health bar. That doesn't make sense. Good fight, Psycho Banana fucking concedes. Stupid thirsty sweat. Psycho Banana doesn't like you. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes Millhouse. a beer, what am I to do? I guess nothing. Oh well. There goes all the alcohol for a couple another weeks or some such. Goodbye, alcohol. You were fun for a couple of days, and now I must let my liver rest before I die. Oh, drinking holiday, how I love thee. Let me drink the ways. Drink, 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 drink the ways, and drink, drink. Drink, 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 drink. Fuck this girl right now. Drink, drink, drink. Fuck this pussy right now. Drink, 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 drink. Drink responsibly. It's Psycho Banana time! What will the Psycho Banana do today? He's gonna peel you! Psycho Banana makes heart signs before kill. Fall down, go boom boom bye bye before heart signs go fall down, boom boom bye bye, Psycho Banana. Psycho Banana sees target. Oh! Yeah, it works for me, sure. Oh, fuck this guy. Psycho Banana rides away! Nobody's as banana psycho as me. He's over there and he's looking at me and I don't like it. Smells like stinky men. Stinky middle-aged men. Really thirsty. Really want my Psycho Banana behind. And me not want Psycho Banana behind to fall in, fall in the hands of Psycho, or not, whatever, that dude. I don't want my cute banana behind, my cute banana, my cute banana, my cute behinda, something. Oh no, there's someone else here. Leave! Leave now! What? Oh god. Should I do this? I don't know. I think I should. I think I should fight this stupid ass guy. I don't really care about him. Psycho Banana will patiently fight you. Psycho Banana doesn't want to. But Psycho Banana will suffice. Where in the fuck did you go, you idiot? Oh my god, where is this guy? It makes me fucking nervous. Where is he? This is bad for me. Go now. Go now. Go now. Hurry. Stupid motherfucker is creeping around trying to creep on the Psycho Banana, and Psycho Banana doesn't like this. Psycho Banana does not like this turn of events. Get out of here. Yes, go by. Go by now for the now. Go by now for the who now, and goodbye now, goodbye now. Ooh, Psycho Banana's feeling pretty angry. Yeah. What? Yeah. Shut up, you. Let's see, I probably shouldn't go over there. I should probably go to that. Psycho Banana likes those odds. Let's do it. Let's get him. He doesn't know I'm coming. Fuck him. Yeah, oh, he doesn't know I'm here. Oh, now he knows I'm here. And now he's coming for me. Uh-oh. Yeah, how do I do this and stuff? Really? Really? You're gonna play it like this? Fuck this shit, motherfucker. Ah! Woo! Take that, GoldenEye! Suck my dick! Psycho Banana stomped you in! Sorry! Don't ever fuck with Psycho Banana. It's just not good for your health. I've fucked with some Psycho Bananas before. No, I haven't. Okay. Was this necessary? God damn it. Oh my god. Alright, whatever. I think I'll probably think about this for a while, like an idiot. Yeah, I'll probably think about that for a while. I mean, yeah, that's a no given. Eh, I really don't like this shotgun per se. Stupid bots wasting my time. Stupid bots. Psycho Banana's not pleased. Oh my god, look at this idiot. I don't know. Should I fight him? He seems kind of dumb. It was a bot. Sorry, buddy, I don't make the game. If I did, I wouldn't allow that. I feel your pain.